Oh my god, Marina, thank you so much for the raid. Yo, I'm not even nearly ready to start the stream. Thank you so much, Marina, for the raid. Stick around, gang. I'm just making a cup of tea. I'll be back in a tick. Please, 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 please go follow Marina. They are absolutely incredible. Always have a phenomenal time in their streams. Give me a couple minutes. I'll be back. I'll be back. Got a lovely raid from the one and only Marina Dove, so it would be rude not to start a tiny bit early. What is going on, everybody? Again, Marina, thank you so much for the raid. You absolutely delightful chicken. I was in Marina's stream before I started this stream. Nils, thank you so much for the year.
Finals
what is that?
Done and I aced my English oral exam.
Thank you so much for the 17 months, Nils. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. Phenomenal shit. Well done. I'm glad you aced your English oral exam. That's fucking dope. I'm pretty good at English oral as well. But thank you so much. Like I said, I was in Marina's stream before I started my stream. They were just having a lovely time. Not only were they watching, oh, that fucking Marina! Oh my god, Marina.
Goblin time.
Thank you so much for the 3 months. Thank you so much. It is goblin time. You're right. You're right. I don't have much goblin content for you today, but, you know, we're all goblins here, so that's what counts, really. But yeah, fucking hell, I had such a good time just chilling out watching. I was just having my tea before I got the stream started, and I was just chilling out in Marina's chat, and they were watching this, like, this Sky is such a fucking horrible person.
Hello Muel, hello 10 months.
Aslan, thank you so much for the 10 months, you lovely, lovely chicken. Thank you so much for the 10 months. I will be able to finish my sentence in a minute. I will be able to when people stop being incredibly kind to me. But yeah, that's Sky. What is that? Her name? Sky? It's just Sky. She's like such a horrible person, and she just like appropriates. Yeah, Sky Life. That's the name of the channel. Yeah. White Woman Devil. Yeah, she just can't help herself but like appropriate indigenous cultures, and you know, she calls herself a witch and all this, and or like she interviews people who say that they're witches, and they steal culture from people as well. It's extremely fucked. But like, that was really cathartic to like watch her drink her own piss. That was funny as fuck. Like, that was great. And then later on, cleansing the palate with a bit of our mark. They were watching our mark. So please, Rob Arts, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub. Appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for supporting the stream. Yeah, she chugged her own piss. It was dead funny. But then they were watching Mark, and we got them to watch the Gloucester cheese rolling thing to try and explain to Marina, like, why people from that end of the country are so bizarre, right? And that was the funniest fucking shit. And I want to play it for you because I don't know if many people in this chat have seen it, but like Marina's reaction to just like these fucking idiots eating absolute shit, going down a hill, chasing a block of cheese. That was just food for the soul. So please go follow Marina. If you like my stream, you will love their stream. That's all I got to say. We are Goblin siblings, and I love them very much. And I'll be very mad if you don't go and support them. But welcome in. If you're coming in from Marina's stream and you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I see that there was already a bunch of follows, so thank you so much for the follows. Appreciate that. I'm a leftist political streamer. I'm also a Soulsborne streamer. I do all sorts of stuff, reacting, whatnot. My pronouns are he, him. And today we're going to be looking at a bit of the news. We cover the news every day as quickly as we can, depending on how quickly we get through it, depending on how fucked the news is and how much I want to say about it. And then we're going to be finishing up FD Signifier's video on the Manosphere, which is a really good video, and you should totally go and support FD Signifier. And then we're going to be chilling out and watching some videos about how to cook food for a lot of people, because I think that's really important, and that's like a lot of, you know, I think that's a big thing that a lot of leftists miss when talking about mutual aid and what it means and, you know, what you could do and the stuff that's needed. But let me try and welcome everybody into the chat, because holy fucking shit, there's so many people here. We got Gunmaster, we got Cynthia, we got Cryptid, we got Goblin Hogger, we got Shafiq. Hello Shafiq. We got Thoristar, we got Marina, and we got Outrun. We got Moss World. I love that Moss World is just chilling, coming in with the Marina raid, and obviously enjoying how much Mark enjoys Moss, because we know he enjoys Moss a lot. Hell to pay. We also got the Ori. The Ori, I've messaged you on Patreon, by the way, so check that out if you've not already. I've DM'd you on there, so let me know. Get back to me whenever you can. Nieka Noise, Aranui Queen. Hello, hello. Husker, we got Husker in the chat. How are you? What else? Risk Inverse, hello. Aslan also said hi to you. That's right. God, there's so many people here. It's so hard to say hi to everyone. Rob Arts, how's it going? Fat Baptist, hello. Actor Bellatrix, 50th anniversary of Ziggy Stardust tomorrow. You got your Bowie on. Well, that is cool as fuck. I love that shit. Seek places do that a lot. Yeah, you will find like most places that are like, you know, cultures outside of the Imperial core seem to know a lot about like feeding a lot of people all at once. It's almost like those cultures know that like just being nice to each other is like a good thing, and it's more popular in places where the Imperial core has destroyed their way of life. Weird that, innit? It's weird how that works out. Have you replied? No, it's okay. I've not checked my Patreon messages since like yesterday, so you might have replied today and I've not seen it. Don't worry, it's fine. It's fine. It's a skill. Yeah, it's certainly a skill, cooking for large groups of people, and it's something that's like highly underrated. Like when I went out and I did like a little bit of volunteering with a group called, oh my god, what was it called? Feed Manchester or something like that. And I did a little video for him because, you know, that's just like a nice thing to do. And yeah, that was organized by Muslims, and you know, I guess like what right wingers will probably say about that shit is like, oh, they're just trying to get you to go and pray at the mosque and this, that, and the other. There was none of that. There was just like none of that. Like they weren't like giving out fucking leaflets about like, you know, converting or anything like that. That's all just like a load of bollocks. It's, you know, designed to make you afraid of him for some reason, you know. But it's never about that. It's just about like literally going out and feeding homeless people, and it's so good. It's so good, and it feels good as well to do it. I used to do kitchen work in youth hostels. It could get awfully interesting cooking for 100 people when there's 2 of you. Oh hell yeah, Thora. Yeah, I don't doubt that. Down a little bit. There we go. It was again a bit too high. Mukbangs, hi Truno, how you doing? Mukbangs arose because Koreans always eat together and capitalism ruined everyone's social bonds. What? No fucking way. No fucking way. That's wild, Truno. I believe it. I believe it for sure. Hey, multitude of drops. What's going on? Muslim charity is vilified as recruitment, but Christian charities get government funding. Yeah, it's extremely fucked. Extremely fucked. Squatted house here in Frankfurt. Squatted for almost 40 years. That does community kitchen every Thursday evening. That is fucking sick. That's absolutely amazing. I love that. That's so dope. That's like the kind of shit that we need. That's the kind of shit. We're going to see more of it and more of it and more of it happen as it goes, you know, as capitalism fails, because it's one of those. Yeah, eating the same food is trust. That's a huge thing, Truno. You know, and when we talk about alienation and we talk about, like, you know, people being fearful of each other and wanting to be in competition with each other, that's where shit like that comes from, because we are social animals, and we used to eat together, live together, sleep together. Not just like that, you know, in a completely platonic and normal way. I can send you the site. Their about page is bilingual. Yeah, stick it in the Discord, Cynthia. We should have like a section in the Discord that is like for activism, I think. I think that's something that's like extremely missing from my Discord. As like I've started to grow over the last like few months and stuff. I'm like, oh yeah, like I need a new channel for this. Like, oh, I need a new channel for this. And it's like, yeah, I should just make like a whole new section for activism, right? Hey Grublington, how you doing? Food is a great way to show care. Yeah, it is. It is. It is such a, like you say, it's like Truno says, it's like on a DNA level. You know, when you cook for a huge group of people and, you know, it's like, you know, nice food and you've clearly put effort into it and shit like that, it means a lot. It means so much. Food feeds the body as love feeds the soul. It's part of who we are as animals. Abso-fucking-lutely, yeah. 1000%. Right. I'm gonna crack on. I'm sorry that I wasn't live yesterday, folks, but yeah, the ADHD has been so real. It really, like, fucked with me so much getting COVID. I had no idea. I knew it was gonna be bad, but, like, getting knocked out of my schedule really fucked with my ADHD so much. Like, to the point where I've been, like, really depressed, but just not noticed it, and it sucks. But it's like a very specific brand of ADHD depression, if that makes sense. Like, most people will probably be like, huh, DJ Muel said that he couldn't stream yesterday because he had executive dysfunction, but he was playing Kenshi all night. And it's like, yeah, it sucks, because it's like playing video games is like a drug to me, and I need that dopamine. It's so bad. It's so fucking bad. Like, when I was like doing what was it now? What was the thing? I was talking to you all about this a couple of weeks ago. The pot noodle thing last week, when I had 3 pot noodles last week, it's like a dopamine thing. It's a dopamine thing. You know? Because when I'm sick, the main thing that I do is I just, like, you know, I can't be arsed eating food. I don't want to do anything. Games have the quick feedback loop that ADHD is craved. Right, exactly, yeah. It's almost like Muel has ADHD or something. Right. Hey, Ludo. Yeah. And it scares me, because it's like, I know people who are older than me who've got untreated, undiagnosed ADHD. And I'm like, oh my God. Their lives are like a lot worse than mine. You know what I mean? And I'm like, does this shit get worse as you get older? And that freaks me out a lot. And so right now, like, the first thing I did today, when I woke up at about 1 o'clock, I was like, get on to the doctors, because I need to, like, do a self-referral thing, ask them to put me on to a fucking private company, because the NHS just sucks at the minute, and it's forcing people to go private. And, like, I can't be healthy while I'm just waiting. It's been 6 months before, you know, I'm literally just like, it's been 6 months since I, like, sorry, I can't even put a fucking sentence to get better. I'm reading the chat. Do you see what's happening? I can't even string a sentence together is what I'm trying to say, as you can tell. And, like, yesterday, it was so much worse. It was so much worse, right? But it's been about 6 months since I've tried to get it sorted on the NHS. And I had, get this, I had a phone call at like 9 a.m. on Friday just gone. And a big part of me was thinking like, huh, that was probably the NHS. That was probably them trying to ring me. But I've specifically asked them to like not ring me until after 11 a.m. because I'll never be up at 9 a.m. I'll never be awake at that time. It's just not who I am. You know, ADHD, sleep fucking, what is it called? It's called like delayed sleep syndrome, which comes with ADHD. It fucking sucks. You got your diagnosis and now the meds wait is 6 months. Fuck! I hate that so much. I would literally starve for a month just to like have those meds. You have no idea. Like, I need that shit in my life so much. You got your ADHD diagnosis for 10 months and they still test around to see if you need medication. It's so bad. You can't afford your diagnosis at the minute, so I just roll with it as best as I can. Yeah, I just need to, like, it just sucks, right? Hey, Beanie Gaby. The delayed sleep-wake phase. Right, yeah. That's right. I talked to my doctor about diagnosing ADHD. He told me it's not even worth it because my insurance won't pay for it because I'm not a productive member of society. It's fucked. It's so fucked. In the States, it's so much worse, for sure. You know, don't get me wrong. Race R meds, ADHD versus HRT. Yeah, for sure. For sure, yeah. Like, how long is it going to take, you know, for them both to come through? I reckon ADHD meds will still come through first, but yeah, it fucking sucks. But yeah, anyway, that was just a bit of an explanation as to why I wasn't live yesterday. I was just having a really bad day where I was like, oh, I don't know. It just really stresses me out, like how fucked up my schedule is, and I need to get back to the gym. I need to start exercising and stuff like that. But I've got so much stuff on the horizon. Like this weekend, I'm going to fucking Cornwall with Andy. I'm a Coconut in the chat. We're going to go watch 9 Inch Nails. So I've got all that to think about. We're going on like a big road trip. So I'm like, that's occupying my brain at the minute. And then next week, I've got the charity stream that I'm part of, the Streamerpalooza charity stream, where we're basically just like raising money for the Trevor Project, and I've got to like host the queer solidarity panel, you know. So there's just so much in my head, and I'm just like, ugh. I just want like 5 different weeks where I could do like, right, 1 week clean the house, 2nd week sort all my stuff out for stream, 3rd week. I could, I don't know, do something else. 4th week, relax. 2nd week, relax. I need like a 5-week holiday. And it sucks because I already had like a 4-week holiday because of COVID, but that wasn't a holiday. That sucked so much. But yeah, appreciate you letting me vent, chat. I know that I just like vented for a bit, but it's gotta happen sometimes. 9 Inch Nails was your first ever concert experience? The Fragile tour? No way! Oh, hell to pay. I'm so jealous. Like, I loved 9 Inch Nails ever since I was like 12 years old. And like, unlike a lot of people, my exposure to them, my first exposure to them, wasn't the song Closer. It was really, really late at night still. But it was like the live performance of March of the Pigs. It's like a weird video that they did. And I was like, what is this? What is this time signature? I didn't even know what a time signature was back then, but I was just like, what is this? It's out of time, but it sounds amazing, and it's fucking angry, and it's loud, and I was like, yeah, this is for me. And then like I listened to like all their albums over the next 5 years, and I was like, oh my god, this guy fucking speaks to me. This guy knows what I'm going through. What the fuck? I think that was the weirdest thing for me, like listening to some of Trent Reznor's lyrics, and I'm going, that's me, you know? Like, he knows, how does he know what I'm thinking? How can he communicate the way I feel without even knowing me? That was like super fucked. So yeah, I'm so excited. I'm probably gonna cry. You know, especially if they play like some of their like more deep tunes and shit like that. The Fragile was his first release that I was already a fan for. Oh, that's so sick. That's so dope. I love that. Your first explosion was playing Quake. Yeah, he did the music for Quake. And in fact, that's the reason why he doesn't do any video game soundtracks anymore. You know? because it just made him realize how much it sucked to like work in video games, you know? Hey, Blink, you were so late to it. The day the whole world went away was my first one. I was like, oh, I like this, and then I fell into the back catalog. Yeah, the day the world went away. That like, yeah, if he plays that, oh, I'm gonna cry. It's so good, so fucking good. Trent Reznor is telepathic. That's right, Shafiq. Yeah, that is right. Doesn't the nail gun in Quake have the 9 Inch Nails logo on it? Oh, does it? That would be so sick. The composer for the new Doom was really happy to do the soundtrack. Yeah, it's different strokes for different folks, isn't it? Like, what you've got to remember is that, like, Trent started making music, I guess, professionally on his own. Like, Pretty Hate Machine is all, like, him. Like, there's, like, a little bit of... Well, it's not obviously, like, you know, there are other people playing some instruments and stuff like that, but majoritively it was, like, just him and the mastering from the record label. And that was just, like, incredible. It was, like, so rare at the time and shit. And then, like, he went from that to working with record labels, which is already stressful enough. And then he went to work on, like, a game, and that's just, like, another level of, like, nonsense. Like, just so... There's so much to think about when you're doing music for a game. Yeah, absolute madness. Hey, Drug Irish Steve, how you doing? What's the crack with you? What's your favorite 9 Inch Nails album? I have to be cliche and say the Downward Spiral for me. Oh, it's really hard to say what my favorite album is because I, like, love them all. I guess I, like... it's tough. There's, like, a couple of albums that I've not listened to that much. Like, Ghosts 1 to 4. Like, I love it. It's cool. It's trippy, and it's funky, and it's sad. But, yeah, it's just like I've just not listened to it that much because it doesn't have that like bite. The Downward Spiral is hard to deny. I love the Downward Spiral, like it's so good. But then again, I've listened to a lot of Pretty Hate Machine. I know a lot of the songs on that album are like a little bit cheesy, but I don't really care. The Fragile is a great album too. Hey Jibby Dibby, what's going on? Broken? Yeah. What's mastering in music recording? So basically, like, imagine it like this, right? You've got, and I'm going to try and visualize this for people, right? So you've got, like, all my fingers are, like, okay, so the drum, like, so the drums on a mixing desk, yeah? Imagine my fingers are, like, faders on a mixing desk, right? So you've got, on this, in fact, this thumb here would be like the kick drum, the snare on this one, the cymbals on these three, and then like the toms on this one. Then you've got like guitar 1, guitar 2, vocals, bass, and what you do is basically like when you mix a track down, what you're trying to do is balance every element of that in the fader, right? On the faders on the mixing desk. So you're trying to like make sure that the things that cut through are cutting through, and you can do that by panning, and you can do that by like compressing certain things. You can like sidechain compress stuff, but that's a little bit more complicated. When you mix down a track, essentially you're trying to make it as balanced as possible without peaking. So when audio peaks, if I like turn up peak, actually it's not gonna work with my fader because I need to reach the game thing. But sometimes when you hear like sound get too much, it does a thing called clipping, which means that the speakers or the audio interface that it's going into can't handle the volume that it's going at, so it cuts the volume off very like quickly, and that distorts it and makes it like crackle. So you'll hear it like pop. It'll be like a and what you want to do is essentially avoid that, but make sure everything cuts through that needs to cut through, like the vocals and shit like that. Like so in some tracks the vocals are more important, in some tracks the guitar is more important. It just depends. But the mastering is when you take that mixed down version of the track and you boost it. So basically, instead of mixing, so on one track, like on the kick drum, like I said, like on one of those 10 tracks on the kick drum, you would do the EQ. So you would make sure it would be the right EQ's popping through and stuff like that. You would also like compress it to however much it needed to be compressed, and then you would add an effect to it, etc, etc, etc. Boost the volume as much as you can. And the mastering is what you do when that whole mix of those like 20 tracks in the mix are all one track now. So you distilled those 10 tracks into one track, and this track you're doing all those things with, but it's a bit more complex than the initial mix, because sometimes you really have to use like some weird post effect kind of stuff. So like the compression is going to be done in an entirely different way, but it makes the whole track louder. And what a lot of masterers, it's not really masterers, what a lot of mastering studios do is they'll run songs alongside other songs that have already been released on the radio and stuff to make sure that the level is right. So there you go. That's what mastering is. Mastering is a lot of frequency diddling. It just depends on the track, really, because like if you do too much fucking with frequencies in mastering, you can ruin the track really easily, because what you got to remember is that like, so the harmonics of one thing, this is why you should never ask me a question about music production, gang, because I'm just gonna fucking, this is the only thing I know, right? This is the only shit that I actually know. The harmonics of like one instrument are already like a certain, right, they're already a certain way, right? So then when you mix that down into a master track, the harmonics of that track are a certain way, and they're going to be completely different. So you can't take a master track and be like, I need to hear the guitar more. You got to send that back to the mix. You got to get that mix down again and get them to redo the mix basically and boost the guitar kind of thing. The EQ that you do in mastering is like, you've just got to make sure the overall sound is working. It's like balancing the overall sound so that it is like consistent, really. It's I guess it would be like, so you know when you make bread, like the mixing version is literally when you mix like the water and the yeast and the dough, like water and the yeast and the flour all together, and then the mastering would be like the next day when you need it and you make it like consistent, right? You missed some of that because you had to break up a cat fight. I'm not explaining it again. Holy fucking shit. After just passing music tech, I have so much respect for all this stuff. It's an incredibly complex thing, and people do not get paid enough for it. You know? People talking about their big knowledge topics is great stuff. Carry on. Maybe I'll do an audio production stream like next month or something. That'll be fine. Is mastering also like exporting and optimizing for different audio formats, or is that not a thing? Yes, that is a part of it too, yeah. So like nowadays, when most people are doing mastering, it's just for digital stuff. So there's like a very, I guess like a fixed way of mastering some tracks, which is problematic in a lot of ways, because mastering, there is an art to mastering. It's not like you get to have creative freedom over the whole track, because you didn't write it. Well, maybe you did write it, I don't know, but like 9 times out of 10 you didn't write the track, you didn't mix the track, so there's not a lot of creative freedom you can do. But there is an art to like mastering something finally, having the final mix down. Lots of like audio engineers graduate, as it were, into mastering engineers when they're like done with mixing and stuff, when they're like too tired to tour anymore and shit like that, you know. So yeah, it's a whole ass thing. It's a whole ass thing. You can only do basic mixing yourself. You should never like. Here's one thing that I remember from making my own music, and that is like, do not try and do the whole process yourself. Sometimes just recording, you know, just writing the tracks and sending the tracks off to an engineer to mix them. You know, find an engineer that you know that is like, you know, nice, and they like your music and they know what it's about and they have a good vision and they're good at mixing other people's tracks down. Send it off to them and then get it mastered by someone else, or master the track yourself You know, don't try and do it all yourself because, you know, some people just aren't built for it. You know, like me, I'm not built for that. You know, and you can't beat yourself up for that. My brain keeps going somewhere else when you say mastering. Yeah, of course it does. Everybody in this community is too horny. Actually, that's not true. I know that I have a lot of ace and aero people, but like, you know, that's all fluid and stuff. Ace and aero people can get horny. You know, there's not a you know, a set standard for that. Everything is a spectrum. It's fluid, etc. I write, record, and basic mix them for demo purposes. That's enough work for one person. Oh, fucking hell. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. I only have 2 moods, sad and horny, sometimes both. That's a mood, I get that. I have a dinky little mixer here. I barely know how to operate it, yeah. It's like, I could show you that basic stuff, for sure. Like, I could totally show you some of that basic, like, first stuff, like, first little bits of knowledge about mixing and shit like that. Like, that's not a problem at all. I'm not experienced enough in mastering. Like, I've tried to master my own tracks in the past and they sound like shit. So yeah, I'm not. I'm definitely not that guy. Just keep thinking about how I'll probably need to study some of this when you start uni. Oh my god, Nils, what are you doing in uni? It's a bit like how editors serve writers. Yes, that's exactly it, Thora. Yeah, 1000%. Yeah, that's exactly what it's like. Yeah. Anyway, I've chewed your ear off for long enough. We're doing the fucking, you know, fucking, we're doing the politics. We're doing the politics. We're doing the news. We're looking at the news. You know it. We'll be getting through this as much as we can. Content warning, this is Democracy Now! They are going to be talking about imperialism. They're going to be talking about horrific things that global capitalism, you know, Western hegemony does and stuff like that. So be mindful, be nice to yourself. If you don't want to see this part of the stream, come back in about an hour. But get the Duma stuff out of the way. We're going to look at it. We're going to see what's going on. Let's check it out.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
Hey, Amy.
Voters went to the polls Tuesday.
Say hi, Amy, everyone. We love Amy.
In 5 states, Maine, Nevada, North Dakota, and South Carolina, all held primaries.
Oh, hey, Aslan, what's going on? Can I get a shout out for Aslan, please, Shafiq?
Special House election also took place in Texas.
I did see you because you subbed before, but I forgot to give you a fucking shout out. Go follow Aslan, everyone. He's great.
In South Carolina, 5-term Republican Congressmember Tom Rice was soundly defeated in his Republican primary. Rice was one of just 10 Republicans who'd voted to impeach Donald Trump last year after the January 6th insurrection.
Of course.
Another Republican incumbent in South Carolina, Nancy Mace, survived a primary challenge from a Trump-backed candidate. But last year, Mace, though she criticized Trump after the insurrection, later campaigned in the primary on a pro-Trump message. She even recorded a campaign video outside Trump Tower in February.
They have no shame. They don't care. Like, fucking hell.
Meanwhile,
this is not news. We know this. I'm not slighting Democracy Now!, but like, we know this. We know that they have no shame.
In Nevada, Republicans who supported Trump's coup attempt won the primaries for Senate and Secretary of State. With his victory in Nevada's Republican Senate primary, Adam Laxalt will now face Democratic Senator Catherine Cortez Masto in a race.
Okay, I have a mule prediction to make, and it's not fun. I don't enjoy doing this. But like, I just get like little feelings in my head sometimes about how things are going to go. And I guess that's just something that happens when you immerse yourself in politics. But I was right about this when the January 6th thing happened. I don't like saying I'm right about it, but 9 times out of 10, I appear to be right about a lot of stuff. I think what's going to happen is that Trump's going to run in 2024. And if he doesn't get in, they're going to do January 6th to Electric Boogaloo, but this time it's with the Boogaloo Boys. Oh my god, Ludo, nah!
I'll follow your advice. Please be so good and master these $10 for me.
Thank you so much, Ludo, for the £10. And also thank you, Vordrella, for the £30 offline tip. So yeah, as I said, I think that we're gonna get either that, it's gonna be January 6th, part 2, And they're either going to succeed, which will result in probably one of the worst things that's ever happened in America, because it will probably just be like some kind of a civil war or like a horrific police, like it's more of a police state than it is now, like a martial law thing. Or Trump will get in for a second term, and then he'll get voted out again, and then they'll try and do January 6th part 2 again. I'm convinced that that's how it's going to go. Whichever way you look at it, because you can't sit here and say that the Dems are offering anybody a viable alternative other than like, hey, we're not openly fascist. It just sucks. You know? It just sucks so much. I don't believe the Dems will prosecute Trump. They'll do their normal go vote thing. Oh, yeah, I agree. Yeah, I agree. No, I don't want to be right about it. I don't want to be, but it's like, that's just how I feel it's going to go. And like most of the people in the chat saying, it's probably going to go that way. Yeah, the second one, whichever one it's going to be, it's going to suck for the American people. Like, you know, I've been saying this for more than a year, but stuff in America is going to get so much worse before it gets better. And that's the case in the UK as well. Like, the Imperial Core is desperately trying to hold on to capitalism. They know that people are not down for capitalism. They see the shit that people are doing. They see the renters unions. They see the immigration raid protests. They see people feeding each other. They don't want that shit, right? They don't want that shit. And so they're doing everything they can to try and manufacture consent to bring about climate Leviathan, or even worse, climate behemoth. And I think that's the deal in the US. I think it's like, fuck it, Mad Max, let's go. And I think that's how it's going to happen. And to be honest, like, it's scary, but it's not that scary when you consider that the only reason that the Republicans are getting in is because of all the gerrymandering and all the desperate attempts at propaganda and shit. So I know that there's people who are like not down for that shit, like they're not fascists, and there's a fair amount of them. So it's just a matter of speaking to those people and, you know, trying to figure out how to get them mobilized in terms of like stopping this from happening or doing their best to oppose this. Hey Buckaroonie, I think that Trump will win if he runs. I hope to all gods I'm wrong, and I think you're probably right. Biden contribute. Hey, Buddha, what's going on? Biden contributed to the crime bill that made more racist America. That's enough to dismiss him. Yeah, this is it. This sucks. We need a strong Republican Party. Wait, who said that? Was that Biden that said that? Yeah, what a fucking prick. Honestly, such a fucking prick. By the way, gang, I did say to everybody yesterday in my tweet when I said I wasn't going to go live yesterday, we're going to be carrying on the incentive. If we hit £400 by the end of today, we're going to have a double bill. It's going to be Rebel, D-slurs, that I'm not allowed to say because I'm not a lesbian, and David Lynch's Dune. So if we get another £6 raised today, this stream, you got that double bill movie night, and it'll be next week, it'll be next weekend. So think about that, chat. Just think about that. We're like £6 away. But yeah, let's get back to this. I don't think Biden will get another 4 years after the presidency. I agree. Two most powerful Dems want a powerful Republican Party to stick around. Yeah. Pelosi and Biden. Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Uh-huh. Rebel, important Dutch infrastructure. Yeah, we got those in the UK as well. Yeah. Would you be allowed to say the D-slur on stream if you're a lesbian? People have been banned for that. Twitch. So, you know, it's a Twitch thing. It's a Twitch. Listen, I'm white, and I would get banned for saying the C-slur. You know, I would never say the F-slur. I'm totally like within my rights to use the F-slur, but I would never say that on stream. I don't say it that regularly in my IRL life anyway, but like, you know, if someone made a film or something, you know what I mean? It's like, who will take the honor of making the last dono? Excuse me, but I don't know if you noticed, but that's only £400 is only halfway. Oh, Gumba Master with the £6.
Bring those rebel lesbians on.
Hell yeah! It's a double bill. You did it, Gumba? Well, there's the honor. Fucking hell yeah. Let's go. Thank you so much for subbing off stream, Gumba Master. It's unlocked. We got a double bill movie night. Fucking PogChamp. Rebel Lesbians. David Lynch's June. Very excited to watch that with you folks. We'll be doing that next Saturday. Not the one coming up this week, but the one after. Let me see what time. What date is that? The 25th. 25th. Okay, right. Let's get back to the news.
That could determine which party controls the U.S. Senate. Laxalt co-chaired Trump's 2020 campaign in Nevada and led efforts to overturn Joe.
Oh shit! How did I forget this? I was nearly going to go on BBC Radio 4 tomorrow. I can't believe I didn't fucking say this. It's been like a whole stress this whole day. That's what ADHD does to you, gang. You know, it's like, what the fuck? What is that about? Hey, Gayhawk, how you doing? What's going on? I only use the F slur when collecting firewood. That would be the correct way to use it, yeah. The rest of the dono goal is the second health bar of the boss. That's right, that's true, that's right, you're right. Listen, man's got to pay his bills. My fucking energy bill is through the roof. I'm in debt for like a fucking 160 quid. It's so ridiculous. Yeah, I was going to be on Radio 4, BBC Radio 4 on the Today Show. It's pretty good that I didn't though, because oh my god, like they were gonna need me there at like 5 a.m., which either would mean one or two things. I would have to wake up obscenely early after like maybe 3 hours sleep, or I would be not sleeping and then turning up to Radio 4 and being completely delusional. But yeah, they wanted to speak because the Tories are actually they're abolishing Section 21, and Section 21, I believe, is the where it's a section of law. It's called the Housing Reform Law or something, or the Landlords and Housing Reform Bill. You know, it's a little toss of bread.
David Lynch June. Let's go.
Crits is over, Crits. Thank you so much for this devil number. Gang, there's only another £400 to go before we unlock the Gandalf Battle for Middle-earth 2 stream. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. But yeah, they wanted to talk to someone from Greater Manchester Tenants Union, aka me. Like, I'm not a main organizer or anything. I'm just part of the union. It's a horizontal effort.
Hello, old chum.
But they wanted someone to speak about the abolishing of Section 21 and stuff like that. So yeah. Yeah.
Joe Biden's election win in the state. Meanwhile, Republicans in Nevada picked Jim Marchant to be their candidate for Secretary of State. He's an election denier who was urged to run for office by a prominent backer of the QAnon conspiracy theory. Marchant is a leader of an alliance known as America First, which helps backers of Trump's coup attempt to run for top election offices.
Oh, okay.
According to the Washington Post, more than 100 Republicans.
I'm just getting like extremely, oh god, I'm just getting extremely bad vibes. This is like, you know, with all the groomer stuff, and it just sucks. It just feels like 2016 all over again.
Who backed Trump's election fraud claims have already won primaries this year. In another closely watched race, Republican Myra Flores won a special election for an open House seat in South Texas, which had been held by a Democrat for the past 10 years. Flores, who was born in Mexico and is married to a Border Patrol agent, outspent her closest Democratic rival by a margin of 16-1. House Select Committee investigating the January 6th insurrection appears divided on whether the panel should make criminal referrals of Donald Trump or anyone else to the Justice Department.
They're divided. Of course they are.
On Monday, the committee's chair, Benny Thompson, said that is not our job. But the committee's vice chair, Republican Lynn Cheney, said the committee has not issued a conclusion regarding potential criminal referrals. Another member of the committee, Congressmember Elaine Luria, tweeted, "If criminal activity occurred, it's our responsibility to report that activity to the DOJ," unquote. The committee was scheduled to hold its third public hearing today, but it was postponed. The committee has teased the Thursday hearing by releasing a short video of former White House lawyer Eric Hirschman recalling a conversation he had January 7th, 2021, with John Eastman, the conservative lawyer who helped craft Trump's legal effort to overturn the 2020 election. Attorney Hirschman told the January 6th committee Eastman called him a day after the deadly insurrection to discuss more ways to overturn the election. Hirschman described how the call ended.
I said to him, "Are you out of your effing mind?" Right? I said, I only want to hear two words coming out of your mouth from now on. Orderly transition. Now I'm going to give you the best free legal advice you're ever getting in your life. Get a great effing criminal defense lawyer. You're going to need it. And then I hung up on him.
NATO defense ministers have begun a two-day meeting in Brussels to discuss sending more heavy weapons and missile systems to Ukraine as fighting rages on in
Those words like that don't even mean anything to people at the level of power of Trump. You know what I mean? Like, they don't even mean anything. Hey, Toxico, how's it going? The Sixers jumping the cop with the thin blue line flag was hilarious. Yeah, it's just like, yeah, cop on cop violence, right? No one ever talks about that. No one ever mentions the cop on cop violence, you know?
eastern Ukraine. On Tuesday, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky called for more arms and anti-missile defense systems to combat Russian attacks. Meanwhile, Pope Francis has condemned what he described as the cruelty of Russian troops in Ukraine.
On the war in Ukraine, again, I'm going to do what I did last week or the week before, and that is tell people to get on to Organize magazine by Anarchist Federation on Patreon. Get it done. It's really, really good. Apparently, when I did that last time, they had a huge upsurge in people actually paying money to them. So thank you so much, everybody who listened and copped for a copy of Organize 96. Hopefully, you'll get more and more of those as they go down, as we go down in years. I think they send out a zine every 2 years, twice a year. So thank you so much for everyone who did that. But in the latest Organize magazine, there is a great section on the Ukraine-Russia war, on the way to look at it from a leftist perspective, an anarchist perspective. There's some things in there that I'm a little bit critical of, but not so much. Do you know what I mean? It's not like I'm not critical enough to like cancel them or anything like that. That would be stupid. You know, just like I guess like pedantic stuff. But a lot of it is really, really good, and you know, there are voices there, and they are listening to Ukrainian anarchists who are there. The thing I think that people forget mostly when it comes to commenting on this stuff is that when you're an anarchist in the Imperial Core, you are given a certain amount of privilege that I think a lot of people don't appreciate, and that is that like this shit, it's so far away from us, right? It's so far away from us. Unless you're in the border zone, you're nowhere near it, and it's never going to happen to you, right? And so in terms of like commenting on it and stuff like that, there are certain things that you could comment on and it's fine. But the voices of Ukrainian leftists and Ukrainian anarchists, like you really have to like, you know, think about that, because there's a lot of them who are, they're forced to do one or two things. This is the biggest thing that I learned about Ukraine from the zine. And that is that a lot of Ukrainian anarchists are now forced between three horrific options. One, become a lone wolf, you know, sort of military outfit, which is going to be incredibly impossible, like extremely hard to do, and fight the invading Russian Imperial forces, or fight alongside Nazis. Obviously not ideal either, but if you're fighting the Russian imperialists together, at least you share a common ground in that regard, or you are forced to try and start your own military unit aside from the the ones in the official channels and stuff like that. Because you better believe it, if you're a dude or if you're seen as a dude, you aren't getting out of that country as a refugee. It's just not happening. Like, they just catch you at the border, they send you to the fucking front lines. It's fucked. So yeah, it's just like an extremely fucked situation, and the best commentary that you could give to the situation is like, well, what advice would you give to people who are fighting back against, the Saudis in Yemen? What advice would you give to the people fighting against the US forces in Somalia? And that's why these conversations are so hard, because no one fucking has them. And I think that's a big thing of like imperial core organizing that's missing, especially from the online left. I don't know so much about the IRL left. I know there's a lot of anti-imperialist organizations out there, and they do a lot of good work. But how can you help people in a war zone, and how can you stop a country from going to war with someone? It's a super difficult conversation to have, and it's like, fucking hell, where do you begin? So I think that's a massive blind spot we need to consider.
But the Pope also suggested the war had been provoked. He said, quote, "We do not see the whole drama unfolding behind this war, which was perhaps somehow either provoked or not prevented," the Pope said. This comes as a Pentagon official has publicly said.
Neil said, "I read a report about a trans woman who had to swim across the Danube River in Romania in order to escape the Ukrainian military trying to conscript it." Yeah, it's fucked. It's fucked. I hope she's all right. It's so fucked. I know of some left-wing people in Poland who do really great work in that regard. Yeah, that would be fucking dope to learn about that shit. 100%, Cynthia. Like, if you again, like, Red Planet. If we're always looking for people who are doing awesome shit all over the world. If you know anyone who would be willing to come on and speak to us about shit like that, please, please, please let us know, because we would 1,000% love to talk to them, especially with stuff like this where we're just so out of our depth. It would be like a big learning thing for a lot of people.
The Biden administration is not pushing Ukraine to hold talks to end the war. Colin Kahl.
They're not pushing Ukraine to hold talks to end the war. Like, I don't know how much Putin would be receptive to these, pleas to, actually fucking stop the war. But what the fuck? The Biden administration sucks. That U.S. imperial hegemony, that's one hell of a drug, man.
Secretary of Defense for Policy said, quote, "We're not going to tell the Ukrainians how to negotiate, what to negotiate, and when to negotiate," unquote. Meanwhile, former Russian President Dmitry Medvedev has posted a message on Telegram suggesting Ukraine will not exist on world maps in 2 years. In related news,
yeah, the Russians aren't down for ending this war. They want to fucking destroy Ukraine. It is so fucked.
Biden administration officials are now...
Fuck Russia so hard. Every time I think about this conflict, I'm thinking about like two people, right? I'm thinking about two types of people. I'm thinking about Ukrainian anarchists and leftists. And I'm also thinking about, citizens who are just like working class. They don't have time to get into politics and shit like that. And like Russian people who are like so against the war, but if they say anything about it, they'll just get put in a camp. Jojo Nora, thank you so much for the raid. What is going on? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, kind stranger. When I get raided by someone I don't know, I hope you don't mind, but I take a bit of a look at him. Let's have a little look. Let's see what we got here. I take a bit of a look at him. But Jojo. So, I'm a trans variety streamer. Speedrunning is cool. That's good enough for me. I'm already following you? Wait, I already know you? Wait, who? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, how? Oh, what the fuck? You changed your name? Oh my god, Jolene. Jolene with the rebrand. Holy shit, gang. Please go and follow Jojo. Please go follow Jolene. Well, that was unexpected. Thank you so much. Wait, what do you mean I changed it? I didn't change shit. Gang, if you're coming in from Jojo's stream, welcome in. My name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer. And I also do Soulsborne stuff. I'm going to be doing me and Jolene are going to be doing a race soon. We're going to be doing like a Dark Souls race. We're going to be doing a Dark Souls remastered speedrun race, or I don't know, whatever, Dark Souls 2, something like that. But please go and follow her. She's great. I have to head out, but I'll see you around. No worries, Jojo. I will see you soon. I love the new name. Take it easy. See you later. Yeah, welcome in everybody from Jojo's stream. My name is DJ Muel. My pronouns are he, him. We're just watching the news right now. So if doomerism is something that you struggle with, don't worry. We're here to help you through the doomerism. But I will not be upset if you have to go, and be nice to yourself. There is a lot of talk of war and violence in this stuff, so be kind to yourself, and I'll see you soon. For those of you that are staying, let's go. We're just talking about the war in Ukraine and shit like that. All that nonsense. Hey, Echo Baz, what's going on? You're here to steal my beard? Yeah, good luck.
Privately
what are you going to do? You're going to get it through the screen?
expressing concern that Western sanctions on Russia may be backfiring. That's according to a report in Bloomberg.
Dude, are you fucking joking? Of course it's backfiring. Like, what kind of... Oh, my God. I get so mad at this. Like, did you think for a solid second that imposing sanctions that only affect working people in Russia was going to anything, in any way, stop the war? Like, absolutely bizarre.
Which says the officials fear the sanctions are, quote, exacerbating inflation, worsening food insecurity, and punishing ordinary Russians more than Putin or his allies. The White House has formally announced President Biden will visit Saudi Arabia.
Hey, Agenda Witchery, how's it going? Welcome in.
Next month, as well as Israel and the occupied West Bank.
Whoa, hang on a minute. Biden's going to fucking...
President Biden will visit Saudi Arabia next month, as well as Israel and the occupied West Bank.
Oh, I fucking hate it so much. Oh, for God's sake.
Biden's expected to meet with both Saudi King Salman and the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman. As a candidate, Biden pledged to make Saudi Arabia a pariah following the brutal assassination of Washington Post Jamal Khashoggi. But the president has taken a different stance in recent months as global gas prices soared. The talks in Saudi Arabia...
It just comes down to money, doesn't it? It doesn't matter if you, like, viciously dismember a journalist because they're reporting on human rights abuses in your country. As long as the line goes up, who cares, right? So bad.
Are expected to focus on oil production, the war in Yemen, and other regional issues. Some Democratic lawmakers, including Senator Dick Durbin, are criticizing Biden's decision to travel to Saudi Arabia. This comes as average gas prices in the United States have topped $5 a gallon.
No, the war in Ukraine is like an absurd. It's like a weird sort of jingoistic dream for Russia, like for Putin from his KGB days. Like, that's all the Ukraine thing is. It's like, you know, in the USSR, of course, there were like people who loved imperialism. There were people who like utilized the message of communism in order to invade other countries and stuff like that. And you know, it's not like, what's the word? It's not a monolith, but it's not, you know, it's not without its problems and shit like that. Like all the different fucking aspects of the USSR that sucked, like especially under Stalin and the later rulers of the USSR. But like Putin, like, and the people surrounding him are of that sort of like you know, what is it? The war in Ukraine started in 2014 when they annexed. Oh, what, Crimea? Is that what it is? Yeah. Yeah, Putin never got over the fall of the Soviet Union. That's what it's about, yeah. And he's desperate to get this, like, totalitarian, imperialistic regime kind of thing. And he like lies to himself and lies to the people saying that the Ukrainians are Nazis and shit like that. And it's so fucking shit. So ridiculous. I've heard a lot of conflicting things about Putin's motivations. Yeah, because on the left, there are, like, people who make apologies for him because they seem to think that Russia is, like, you know, a good communist country. So ridiculous. He wants to restore the Russian Empire pre-USSR. Yeah, that is right. But, like, when I say that there were imperialists in the USSR, like, they loved that shit while they were in the USSR. Like Putin didn't exist before the USSR. Do you know what I mean? I was playing Command and Conquer Red Alert earlier, and the way Stalin is portrayed in that reminds me of Putin. Yeah, similar guys, yeah. Yeah, he wants to be like the Tsar. He wants to be like Stalin and the Tsar mixed together, but without the communism. It's just shit. He's just like a power-hungry megalomaniac, right?
Allen for the first time ever. The Associated Press is reporting President Biden...
The German far-left party in parliament is pro-Russia. What? No fucking way. What? That fucking sucks. Oh my god. Hey, Gree, what's going on?
Has just written a letter to U.S. oil refiners calling on them to work with the administration to produce more gasoline and diesel. In the letter, Biden points...
Yeah, Jackson Winkle. Yeah. He's a fucking piece of shit. Yeah, I remember like a few months ago when there was a guy who was clearly new to the online left scene, and he came in my chat, and he was also in Kara Chat's chat as well, and was talking about stuff like was like, you don't he said like Sam Sader got destroyed by Jackson Hinkle last night, and it was that one debate where like Jackson Hinkle just sounded like an idiot and his camera kept breaking and stuff like that, and he kept like going offline and jumping out of the Discord call and like talking to his chat and shit. And then afterwards he was like, we need to announce this as a victory. And Sam Sader was just like, whatever, he's just like a weirdo. And then this guy was like in my chat being like, he got destroyed. And I'm like, bro, like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, fuck off.
Points out oil profits have tripled in a time of war while consumers are facing record prices at the pump. We'll have more on Saudi Arabia and President Biden's decision to meet with Mohammed bin Salman later in the broadcast. The Federal Reserve is expected to issue today its largest interest rate hike since 1994 to combat rising inflation. This comes as the S&P 500 dropped nearly 4% Tuesday. The stock index has fallen by 20% since January.
Here we go, baby. Time for a recession. When the people at the top suffer, so do you.
President Biden traveled to Philadelphia Tuesday to address members of the AFL-CIO, blaming Republican lawmakers for...
Jackson Hinkle, is that his real name, or did he name himself after Charlie Chaplin's character in The Great Dictator? You gotta be shitting me. You gotta be shitting me. Oh my god, the guy's name is actually Hinkle. Wait, no way. Cast? Wait, I can't find this. Hey, Lyra, what's going on? Yeah, the people at the top aren't actually suffering. That's true. That's true. It's Hinkle, but it's not. His name isn't Jackson Hinkle. Okay, right. Yeah, I'm like looking through all of it, and I'm just like, what? Hey, Panda Bibble. Oh God. Okay. Well, I've never seen that film, you know, but it does have that great speech at the end of it, right? It does have that really great speech at the end of it. Like Charlie Chaplin was a comrade for sure. He was he Jewish? I don't know, but he plays like a Jewish character in the film. Oh, the main protagonist. Chaplin was not Jewish. Thank you, Rob, for gifted a sub to Lyra and friends. He was Romani. Oh, okay. He got some heat for his relations with the British Communist Party. Oh, okay. Yeah, so a fairly base dude for the time. Yeah.
Blocking his plan to fight inflation. His appearance before the AFL came as union delegates elected Liz Schuler to become the AFL-CIO's first female president and Fred Redmond to be its first African-American secretary-treasurer. We'll have more on Biden's speech and the labor movement later in the broadcast. The European Court of Human Rights blocked Britain from deporting a handful of asylum seekers to Rwanda on Tuesday.
Remember, Sophie was talking about this? And I'm doing my absolute best right now to try and get in touch with people who helped this happen. So the way that Democracy Now! Is framing this, I'm not sure how she's going to talk more about this, but the way that Democracy Now! Is framing this is that the European Human Rights Committee stopped this from happening, but I believe it was the organizers at Stop Deportations Now who sent one of the cases to them. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens next. But this is a great step. And the fact that so many people have organized to stop these deportations has been really good to see. And that's like huge hopium.
The court issued an injunction in the case of an Iraqi national who was on the verge of being flown to Rwanda. Prior to the ruling, a group of activists attempted to stop the deportations by locking themselves together to block.
What's your view on Democracy Now! Anyway? Just good for a roundup. It's the best news outlet that isn't just like a leftist on Twitch. It's the best leftist journalistic outlet that isn't just like, you know, us, right? You know, that's all it's about, you know?
A road near the jail where the asylum seekers are being held. None of them are from Rwanda. Indigenous-led protests in Ecuador have intensified after the police arrested Leonidas Ianza, the head of the Confederation of Indigenous Nationalities of Ecuador, the country's largest indigenous organization. Ianza's arrest Tuesday came a day after he helped launch a nationwide strike to protest Ecuadorian President Guillermo Lasso's economic policies and rising fuel prices. Ianza spoke out on Monday prior to his arrest.
We're going to see more and more of this as it goes on, like the you know, in South America, in Latin America, there's so many instances now of countries going leftward, and we're gonna just see so many more, not just indigenous-led, but, you know, queer, and, you know, just like BIPOC-led sort of organizations in these countries pushing left and left and left and left, because they know that it's the States, right? They know that it's the US that's doing all this. They know that it's the CIA trying to get involved and trying to stop South America from going, you know, well, they're going to say communist, but of course we know that, like, you know, they'll be socially democratic at least, at most even, you know. Hey, Cat made entirely of urine. Yeah, you like Declassified UK? I've never heard of that. We'll have to check that out at some stage, urine. Yeah, that sounds good. What do the giant red sneakers mean? I don't know.
Yes, indeed, we had to resort to resistance because the national government has deepened, or rather continued, with the policies of former President Lenin Moreno, putting in place more and more policies of death, which don't allow us to sustain our small economies.
In Brazil, police have arrested a second suspect connected to the disappearance of British journalist Dom Phillips and the Brazilian indigenous expert Bruno Araujo.
Okay, what were the predictions that we had for this on Monday? They're going to say that it was the drug gangs, and that's why they need to crack down on crime, and they need more police and shit like that. Like, that was the main prediction that we had, wasn't it? I said that they were going to say it was indigenous people and that they're, like, you know, not civilized, and they'll just be, like, hella racist about it. That was my prediction. So let's see what the Brazilian government are saying about this.
Pereira. The pair went missing over a week ago in one of Brazil's most remote areas of the Amazon. On Tuesday, indigenous activists gathered in Brazil's capital, Brasilia, to demand justice for the missing men.
Okay, so they're going to have a hard time, saying, like, evil, drugged up indigenous people, because the indigenous people are literally like, where is this man? Like, why aren't you, like, you know, this guy advocated for us. Why aren't you helping to find him and shit, right?
We are here to defend life, indigenous people's lives, to defend the environment and claiming for justice for our missing friends. We want answers, and this is why we came here, to the Ministry of Justice.
And the longtime firebrand labor rights activist.
Okay, well, we don't know any information about it, but apparently another guy has been arrested in relation to that, so that'll develop as the week goes on, I'm sure.
Charlie Kernighan has died at the age of 74. He spent decades exposing how corporations sold products made in overseas sweatshops.
Sorry, who's this?
Activist Charlie Kernighan has
Kernighan.
died at the age of 74. He spent decades exposing how corporations sold products made in overseas sweatshops. His investigations exposed the sweatshop practices of numerous companies, including Gap, Microsoft, Disney, Nike, Target, Kmart, and Levi Strauss. In 1996, Charlie Kernighan made national headlines when he revealed a clothing line by TV host Kathy Lee Gifford was being made by girls as young as 15 in Honduras who worked up to...
Kathy Lee Gifford, Jesus Christ. Was it Kathy Lee Gifford, like, really bad for some reason? Was Kathy Lee Gifford like a fucking straight up Republican, like conservative Christian or some shit, or like just like a lib? I remember like people being like, but it could have been South Park. Was it about the child labor? Was that what it was? That's probably what it was. Hey Quill, how's it going? Can I get a shout out for Quill, please, Shafiq?
70 hours a week for 31 cents an hour. Charlie Kernighan appeared many times on Democracy Now!
We found documents in a garbage dump for Nike, and it was children's sweatshirts. And the sweatshirt sold for $22.99. This was in the Dominican Republic, and we bought it at Macy's in New York City. Do you know what the workers got paid to make that sweatshirt? 8 cents. So the workers' wages in the Dominican Republic were 0.3% of the retail price. This is what's going on. They're just crushing people and sucking really the blood out of people. 8 cents to make the garment. What would happen if they tripled it to 24 cents? That would be less than 1% of the retail price of the garment. In other words, there's plenty of room here, but this is the science of exploitation and misery.
Oh, rest in peace, man. Like, you know what sucks about shit like this is that sometimes you only hear about these people when they're fucking dead. You know? Meanwhile, sweatshops probably make South Park products all the time. Oh, yeah, 100%. I think you're right.
And we have to stand up and push back against these corporations.
Again, Charlie Kernighan is...
74 years old, only the good die young, I suppose. You think that's young? Bro, if I go... Sorry, I shouldn't say bro. I don't know your pronouns. But, like, if I go for another 30 years, I'll be fucking knackered. 74 is pretty good. 74 is pretty good, you know? I think that's a good innings. If I get to 74, that'll be pretty good.
Died at the age of 74. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report.
Hey, Smutty Baba Yaga.
I'm Amy Goodman in New York.
That's it. Pretty painless news report today. I'm pretty happy with that. You thought she said 47? Nah, 74. Boomtown. Fucking Boomtown. Let's go. 35 and already knackered. That's a huge mood, Rob. That's a huge mood. Sucks that we didn't find out about Bernie until like 8 years ago. He's been the most popular politician pretty much his whole career. We didn't know about it. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know how old, like, you know, a lot of people are. Like, don't start putting your age in the chat, please. That's like a huge no-no for Twitch. Because then people will start joking about it. And if you joke and say that you're 5 years old, I will literally have to ban you. Because that's just how it works. But, like, you know, if you're like a millennial, like, it makes sense that you wouldn't have known about Bernie. Because it's like, you know, he's been doing it for years and years and years. Older leftists are going to know about these guys, innit? Do you know what I mean? It was some good news. There was some good news in there, right? "74 is young, considering when we have to put up with some evil pricks." I mean, I guess it's all relative, right? It's all relative. Those guys sustain themselves on human suffering. That's right, they do, yeah. I thought I'd just have to say some stuff. I don't know what you're on about. I used to joke Bernie and Guy Picciotto were the same guy. Who's Guy Picciotto? I don't know who that is. Guy Picciotto. When I say mid-30s. Listen, you could say your age if you're over 18. Like, you could say your actual age. But if your actual age is, like, under 18, and even if you joke about that, I'll just have to ban you. Because, you know what I mean? Twitch will ban you anyway. The only good thing Trump did was making me realize the world still have people like Bernie in it. Oh, that's a great say. I agree. I agree. See, like, that's exactly what I'm talking about, Ludo. Like, that's literally exactly what I'm talking about. I said, don't joke about it, and then you joked about it. Like, why do people do this? Why do people fucking do this? I can't prove how old you are. It doesn't matter, it won't happen again. I can't prove who you are. I can't prove how old you are. I can't get you to send in your fucking passport to my stream so I go, right, okay, that's you, that's them. Da, 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 da. I fucking tell people to, like, not do stuff, and they just do it. I'm fucking flabbergasted. Like, fucking absolutely flabbergasted. Genuinely can't believe it. Genuinely can't believe it. No, I said don't fucking joke. I literally said don't joke about being a minor, and you did. Listen, I'm gonna let you off because you're a regular in it. Do you know what I mean? But, you know, it's just, you know what I mean? Yeah, just, like, don't joke about that shit. Like, fucking hell. Like, you know, it's 32 years for the record. Yeah, I believe it. Look, I believe it. I believe it. It's just that, like, you can't just do that. You can't just do that. It's extremely stressed. It's extremely stressful. I saw a video where a person joked that they were 13. They got banned by Twitch before the streamer could warn them. It literally happens. You know? Like, I'm not, like, you know, when I tell you stuff, I'm not doing it to be like a curmudgeon. I'm not doing it to be a pain in the ass. I'm not doing it to be like, oh my god, making content or anything like that. Like, I know I've been streaming on Twitch for like 6 years, gang. Do you know what I mean? If I'm telling you something, I'm telling you it for a reason. And I know sometimes it's hard to like gauge whether someone's being sarcastic or something like that. But if I say the word, I will ban you. It's not like Kira Chat stream where sometimes she's like, oh, can someone ban, etc. And then it's like a fun little pretend ban command. I don't do that shit. I don't do that shit. Not like that here. We don't do that. You know? Not that there's anything wrong with Kira doing that, but like, I don't make jokes about that shit. You know? Anyway. Sorry. I've gone on with it too much. You're alright, Ludo. We'll let you off for now. But like, please, gang. Please, 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 please. Yeah. You know? Just do me a favor. Like, my life is stressful enough. Okay, right. So, we're finishing. Oh my god, what's this?
I'm bad at maths. Did this work? Also listen to Muel chat.
Chimera, thank you so much. Thank you so much for getting us to the weed amount. 420 blaze it, everybody. I can't believe it's weed number time. Oh my god. Thank you so much for getting us to use the weed number. What's the minimum age to use Twitch? Is it 18? The minimum age to use Twitch is 14. But in my stream, it's 18. Because I'm not comfortable with having minors in my chat at all. Or in my Discord. No way. We talk about shit that is not suitable for minors. Think about how many times I've told, like, a troll that I'm, like, coming in their dad's ass and, like, creaming it all up and licking it and shit. I don't want a minor to hear that. You know what I mean? And the stream is tagged as mature. That's right, yeah. Yeah, minors should definitely not be here, yeah. Not in the fucking slightest. Think about dicks too much for that. That's it, right? You know? Hey, DJ Che, what's going on? Welcome in. Damn kids and their opposition to the authority of the streamer. Listen, this is why I can't get too mad about it. Like, I get mad about it. Sometimes I get mad about it because I'm like, please don't get, you know... Please don't get other people banned. Right? But... I can't get too mad about it. Because it's literally just like... You know, you're all trying to rebel, and that's great. It's funny because you're the first leftist I know who doesn't joke about banning people. Feminist Critique joked about banning me when I said that I'm the reason that the movie based off a favorite Jane Austen book is so bad. Oh god, yeah. No, I mean, like, look, like, I just, like, I try and do tone indicators as much as possible because I know there's a lot of people in my community who are like autistic and sometimes they can't read, you know, in the same way neurotypical people can. So it's incredibly important. You don't want to be a babysitter, you need the freedom of knowing everyone's old enough to hear about banging dads. Exactly, Mark. Yeah, you get it, you get it, you get it. Hey, Queen Laura, what's going on? Anyone under the age of 25 seems like a child to me. I mean, like, I think that's a bit extreme, but, like, you know, yeah, you've got to, like, I think, like, for example, like, my hard limit for dating would be, like, 25, for sure. I'm, like, 32. Like, there's no way I would date anyone under 25. I just think that's fucking... I didn't expect Twitch to be so strict about age restrictions, to be honest. Yeah, I didn't expect Twitch to be a haven for white supremacists, but it is. You know? So... yeah, it's fucked. It's extremely fucked. My romantic age range is 27 to 40. I'm 34. I can't take 20-year-olds at my advanced stage. Yeah, it's like a mixture of things. Like, you can meet someone who's 30 and they're not, like, mentally mature enough for you. Do you know what I mean? It's super fucked up. Like, I'm surprised that I'm mentally mature enough for a relationship sometimes. I'm just like... such a fucking idiot. Saw a picture of me from 2020 today and I've aged 30 years since then. Right. Listen. We're cracking on. We're doing the FD Signifier video. We're finishing it. It's the... Oh, Twitch being so lax about fascists is why I didn't expect it to care about child protection. They gotta do something, you know? They gotta do something about that. Excuse me. You finished watching it yesterday. It was incredible. He inspires you so much academically. He is an incredibly awesome and smart dude, yeah. Yeah, Twitch a window dressing. That's the way I'd call it, yeah, for sure. Excuse me. All right, so I have the incredibly long content warning saved. Brilliant. Oh, that's fucking great. I'm so smart. Listen, gang, I'm really fucking smart. I don't know if you noticed, but I'm so smart. This is why you should give me money. This is why you need to fucking give me money. Come on. I know we reached that double feature incentive goal today. But yeah, it's fucking. I gotta eat. Anyway, right. Let's crack on. ADHD is hitting me so hard today. It's hitting me so fucking hard, gang. Honestly, I can't tell you. I appreciate you being patient with me because I'm just like, haha, unfinished thoughts. Anyway.
The gist of it, I hope. I'm bringing these concepts up because...
So I'll tell you where we're at. We are at... Why did it do this? Why did it do that? Why did it do this? Been trying to work and you literally can't function. Oh, it sucks so much, S-Jane. It sucks so much. I can't believe it. Right. Here's where we're at in this video. We've spoken about how white people get easily radicalized and get into the Manosphere so easily. And we're now at the point where we're talking about what actually is the Manosphere. Yeah? Yeah, it does that sometimes. Yeah, I don't know why. Now we're talking about why the Manosphere exists. So here we go, gang.
And really important concepts for explaining and exploring the Manosphere from my perspective. The Manosphere is a loose network of mostly online communities and media entities with a wide variety of ideologies and styles and arguments, but all of them agree with one major core tenet, which is that modern men are in a state of crisis, and 9 times out of 10, the next thing they'll say is because of women. And before I get into all the ways in which they're wrong about many things, I want to point out as a whole that these men are definitely correct to at least feel like something is wrong.
This is it. This is fucking it. I've spoken about this so much, and I'm so glad Feek is talking about this. It's like the thing that is wrong is capitalism and fascism, and they are, because especially men are literally like, oh my god, the most important thing in life is pussy. The most important thing in life is getting laid. I have to get with women, and, you know, just this, right? That's all that they fucking care about. And then when they realize that life is more complicated than that, and they don't get laid as often as they think they should be, and it's like, then they start feeling like something is terrible. And it's not that. Like, the reason that your life is shit is because of capitalism. The reason that your life is shit, you know, it's just, yeah, to try and make him see it, that's the worst bit, right? It's so bad.
All races are in a state of crisis. And for white men, this crisis is made more complicated by the emergence of widely accepted critical theories such as postmodernism, intersectional feminism, critical race theory, etc., that are reframing the way we understand race and gender, slowly eroding at the hegemonic space of power for them for the first time in modern history. It's no wonder that you'll hear of those philosophical movements I just mentioned as dangerous to civilization. For the first time in history, some white men have something they've never really had before: fear of social repercussions, aka accountability. Between Me Too and cancel culture and camera phones, etc., white men for the first time have to at least think about the consequences of acting upon their racial and gender privilege. They need to make sure no one has camera phones when they throw their racist frat parties. They need to think about what they're going to say on live streams in case something gets...
Is this extremely loud, gang? I'm just going to like turn this down because I think this is like ridiculously loud.
It's clipped out of context. They need to make sure that the group text chats full of racist and sexist conversations don't have their real names on it. Now, in reality, all of this doesn't...
Considerably louder than me. Yeah, I thought so. Let me just bring that down. About here?
Amount to a lot of real material differences for everyone else. Getting 1 or 2 white men fired from their job or embarrassed and dragged online for being racist is not really the revolution we've been working towards, and definitely not the great replacement that many white men seem to fear. But there's this old saying that when you're used to privilege, equity can feel like oppression. And that's what we see and get from so many white reactionary manosphere type spaces. They don't understand this feeling of essentially being racialized as white men and understanding that it means something that maybe it didn't mean just a few years ago. However, it's deeper than that. One thing that we need to be far more critical of is the fact that all men, including white men, are dealing with numerous challenges that have eroded at their mental, physical, and economic health over the last 30 plus years or so. Many of you probably are aware that white men account for a disparate amount of suicides in America, with some studies having them responsible for up to 70% of suicides in the States. In UK, men's suicides are over 3 times as likely than for women. And rates of suicide in the UK and the US have risen over the last 20 years greatly because of the suicide of white men. Suicide strongly correlates to social issues and economics and health. So white men notwithstanding, suicide rates for Native Americans, the disabled, queer, and queer youth are higher than any other population, which should provide some perspective on the real structural issues in our society and how that erodes on our mental health. However, with those populations, I think we have some understanding as to why that's the case. We know why queer people and queer youth turn to self-harm in a society that constantly prosecutes them. We have well-developed understandings for these disparities. For white men who occupy such a clear space of privilege in the US, and I'm sure in the UK as well, why is there such a disparity? Why are these boys and men killing themselves while at least on paper they should have way less to be concerned about? The data in
You know what? I've been thinking about this like quite a lot in terms of who can use the word queer and shit like that. And I know that there's like a lot of older people that like aren't cool with people using the word queer to describe the queer community. But hearing FD say it, and it's just like has no... I'm not threatened by that whatsoever. I don't think that it's like not okay for him to say that and shit like that. I'm just like, yeah, this is something that's just got to change. It's just got to change. Like taking away a word like that and turning it into like, you know, something powerful. Taking its power away in terms of harming us and just using it as a word to just describe us that like doesn't hurt people. And even when cis-het people say it, like allo cis-het people, it's fucking like, yeah, that's fine. Like, I'm literally unaffected by that. You know, other people might feel differently, but like me personally, I'm like, that just like hit me straight away. I was just like, oh shit. Yeah, like no malicious intent. Like, yeah, it's fucking dope. Like, here's the thing. It's like, it's nuance, right? It's nuance. And I feel this like about like, not all slurs, but like, some words that people are like, oh, it's not right, you shouldn't really say that anymore, because sometimes it's like, well, we use that word in a vernacular way to describe something, and everybody knows what you're talking about when there's no malicious intent behind it, right? But then when somebody's using it in a specifically targeted and malicious way, you could tell, right? You know? I have a very politically liberal friend, so if they said it, I'd feel a little weird. Yeah, for sure. Like it depends on like what they've said. Like if like Feek is an ally. Feek talks about LGBTQIA plus stuff a lot, right? In his content, and he's not queer, right? As far as I know, I don't know. He might be, but from how he presents himself, he's not queer, and it's like, yeah, he's an ally. Like I'm fine with that. And I guess it's like if like a generic person said it, like a spokesperson for a company or stuff, then my mind would immediately go to how has this company treated queer people in the past, etc. Yeah, there is nuance to it, but I think there's a lot of power in like saying like, yo, if you're an ally, you could totally say the queer community, 100%, 100%. Like, just don't be a fucking dick about it, right? You know.
Research points to things like mental illness, substance addiction, as well as economic and social instability, and an absence of effective coping mechanisms, often exacerbated by an adherence to classical views of masculinity. Suicide among white men is more common in rural areas, which have higher poverty.
Right. I think, yeah, Gillespie saying the C word, but like, I'm not gonna police the word cunt in my chat because, yeah, you're right. It's like in the American sense, it's super misogynistic, right? To call someone a cunt. But in the UK, we call each other cunts all the time for like loads of different reasons. Like it's just such a vernacular. Like I knew it meant fanny, right, from like early on, but I never ever used it in a way that would be like, oh, you're like I never even used it in the way that like I would use the word pussy. Do you know what I mean? Like, oh, you're a fucking pussy. Like I would never do it that way. Like saying the word pussy feels weird, right? Yeah, and in Australia as well. Like saying the word pussy is weird because it's like You would only ever use that in a way to say you are being like a pussy, and a pussy is weak, and somehow, you know, which is also like a extremely absurd thing. Can we talk about how absurd that is? Like, pussies can take like a fucking pounding, right? This is one of the most stupid things I've ever heard in my life. Using some cunt and somebody interchangeably. Yeah, right, exactly, yeah. Yeah, and also the connotations of, like, you're not a real man, right? There's, like, connotations of transphobia in there as well. Yeah, absolutely. I think calling someone a coward is a lot more effective. You know what I mean? Than saying pussy, because pussy's, you know, it's not great. Phrasing? Wait, what did I say? You can't just say phrasing. I've got ADHD. I have no idea what you mean. Are you sure I didn't just, like, say something that I meant to sound sexy? I don't know. I was talking about pussies could take a pounding, and that's like, yeah, that's what I meant. Like, I meant like a pussy could take a pounding from a cock. Or another pussy, or a strap-on, you know? Anyway, that's what I'm trying to, yeah, sure, like, you could do so much as tap your nuts without searing pain. Right, exactly. You just talked about pounding a pussy. Yeah, but that's what I mean. I was like, that's not phrasing. I didn't say that accidentally. I said that on purpose. I remember Billy Connolly talking about it like, oh, he's all right. He's a bit of a cunt. Yeah, right. My pussy is hands down the strongest part of my body. Pussies squeeze out like entire little fucking guys. Like, they squeeze out little guys. They come flying out. You know? That's some strong ass shit. Imagine trying to equate a pussy with cowardice. Like, that's absurd. Absolutely absurd.
As well as higher
balls are the little toe. Yeah, balls are literally like the little two of like the toe of the fucking of the you know, the penis body. Yeah, I agree. The penis and bald body. That's why I like ball bag as an insult. Yeah, ball bag is fucking, yeah, ball bag is good. You fucking ball bag. Absolutely.
Access to guns.
Don't remind me of my kid's birth.
Guns and lower access to quality health care. Yet, and you all know this, these same rural areas vote against any and all progressive policy.
One absolute sack. Oh, hey Finn, what's going on? Yeah, we're just talking about how, like, basically Feek was like using the word queer, and I was like, this is fine because he's an ally and I don't feel like threatened or anything like that, and it's good, and etc. And like, I think it's really good and powerful when people are using terms like that without malicious intent. And then we started a little ADHD sidetrack about like you know, how words are used in vernacular and stuff like that. And we were speaking specifically about cunt because, like, that's like a word that's used in the UK and Australia and in New Zealand, Aotearoa, in like a familial sense. Like, it's very rarely used as a misogynistic, in a misogynistic way, right? You know? So yeah, we just kind of like dropped into that. But please go and follow Fantastic Mr. Fox. Subscribe to him on YouTube. Please do. Get it done. Not least because I'm going to be in one of his videos very soon. I love that word, but a lot of people here really do not. Like, yeah, if I lived in the US, I would not be saying the cunt word. The cunt word? I would not be saying cunt in the way that I do here. Do you know what I mean? I just, you know, yeah, it's like where you are in the world and how words are used and stuff like that. I think it's, yeah, extremely important. There's nuance to it, right? You know? Yeah, it's also the Q in LGBTQ, yeah. Proper reclaimed. The cunt word, dickhead. Word for a big fucking horrible cunt. Dickhead, that's right. Wait, what? Anyone remember that video of an extremely Scottish lady yelling different words for vag? What? Look at this. Vagina in Scottish? Is that what it is? Vagina in Scottish? I can't find this on any other website other than Facebook. Hold up. Yeah. Shafiq's just give it a shout out to Finn's YouTube channel in the chat. Please go follow him. Listen, gang, whenever I type in YouTube nowadays, it comes up with like a new site called Blippy. What's that about? What is that? What's Blippy? What is that? Blippy. That's just like a fun word to say. Blippy. Right. Hang on a minute. I'm having such an ADHD moment at the minute. I'm like, feel like an insane person. Like I'm losing my mind. What am I doing? Scottish vagina. Scottish for vagina. Oh, here we go. It's this.
Minge, cunt, lady garden, meat sleeve, vagina, clunge, fanny, your gash.
Clunge is my favorite. I love the word clunge. It's so good. It's so good because then you can juxtapose it with clunge gunge, and that's perfect. That's absolutely perfect. I love a bit of clunge gunge.
Beef cuttings, pish flaps, your vag, badly packed kebab, meat wallet.
Badly packed kebab. Badly packed kebab. I've never heard that. Oh, that's fucking top.
Snatch, clam, penis fly trap, stench trench, French fried drip, bearded oyster.
You fucking what? French fried drip. French fried drip. Is that what she just said?
Soggy box, baby cannon, cock socket,
Baby cannon.
mum's glove box, tampon tunnel, a pink taco, juice box, fat goo, meat flap, your front bottom, kitty, foo-foo, a wizard's sleeve, muff, sugar notch, beaver, pink panther.
Ah, they're making this up now. Fucking hell. What was that? Sugar notch? What does that even mean?
Velvet glove, the notorious VAG, your fuckhole, a wee fur burger.
A wee fur burger.
Favourite sausage wallet, minge.
Oh, that's fucking good, that. That's some quality content right there. There you go. If you want to send that to a friend, there it is in the chat. There you go. That's fucking top, that. Mum's glove box, yeah. Mum's glove box. I was doing as a badly packed ham sandwich. That was fucking so good. A badly packed kebab. Like, that is so good. Holy fucking shit. I'm living for that one. That is just so good.
That might help them because they, like most of America, are very conservative.
Back to the video. Back to the video, gang.
Because conservatism in America is part of the hegemony.
Talking about something extremely important. Everybody forget that we were just laughing about a badly packed kebab.
At least in a specific demonstrable sense. And this is the enduring paradox of the crisis of men. There is a hegemonic hold that often has to be severed first, or at least greatly weakened before boys and men are able to actually deal with the problems they all face, which is living as men under late capitalism.
See, there's like not enough of those for penises, right? There's not enough of those for penises. Like, because one of the things about cocks is that they can taste pretty funky every now and then, right? Do you know what I mean? Like you'll go down on someone with a penis and sometimes you'll be like, oh, that's tasting like vinegar. You know what I mean? It's like we should call cocks like sausage and vinegar or some shit now. Do you know what I mean? Sausage, boiled eggs, and vinegar. Or something like that. Like there's not enough like funny food-related cock ones. Do you know what I mean? There's a lot of words for cock, there is, but there's not enough like there's not one-eyed trouser trout. There's not enough like related to food, I don't think. You know what I mean? I just think like, yeah, like a pickled sausage. That's right, Katie. Yeah. Also, welcome to the stream. I love that. First thing that you say in the stream today, pickled sausage. Vinegar. Well, listen, you've not sucked enough horrible cocks. And that's not a bad thing. Purple-headed mushroom is a good one. I don't know what you mean, sorry. Cheese stick! My first thought was a stink stick. Yeah, I love that. One of the weirdest ones was like a hairless rabbit that's being sick. That's one of the weirdest ways I've ever heard a penis described. A hairless rabbit that's being sick. And it was described in like a super pervy way. But yeah, that was fucking gross. Covering Sage's ears. If it's small, a vinaigrette. Oh, cute little vinaigrette dick. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. Love a little cute willy, to be honest. To be quite honest, love a little cute willy.
Being the gears in a capitalist patriarchal system that benefits them, definitely, but also consumes them as fuel. Ian Danskin describes this in his alt-right playbook series, specifically on the video How to Radicalize a Normie.
Gabe has concerns like economic precarity, not knowing his place in a changing world, stressful working conditions. In other words, Gabe is suffering under late capitalism, same as everyone.
Pretty much all the things that are said there to be plaguing men, especially white men, can be explained through understanding the exploitative nature of capitalism and how men play a specific and important role in the maintenance of capitalism, a role that for the vast majority of them requires a traumatizing debasement of their sense of self and humanity. Men have to be the arbiters and vectors of patriarchal power. Patriarchy does not work with our support. We are the glue that keeps that machine together. But consider how glue is made. I'm reminded of Boxer from George Orwell's Animal Farm. Long story short, the animals are the proletariat and the pigs are the bourgeois, and you should really read the book. It's like 100 pages long. It's a good one. Boxer
It is only like 100 pages long, yeah.
Is a horse.
Hey Babs, what's going on? Yo, go subscribe to Babbling Goat, everybody. Go follow Babs. He's a lovely dude. Thank you so much for the lurk. Hope you're doing okay.
And he is the strongest and hardest working of all the other animals. He neglects his physical health as well as his intellectual development to focus on his role of being the workhorse, which is an esteemed and valued role that brings some admiration and respect from his peers. Even though as he works harder, he is slowly destroying his body. He does this without question because he believes that
see you later, Echo Baz.
Pigs who have all the real power will reward him for his toil and dedication.
And then the pigs ban everyone from Twitter.
In the social order that
that's how it works. It's 1987, Animal Crossing, George Orwell's
helped build that is impossible to create without his help. This is the plight of men right now. Much like Boxer, many men are intensely aligned and committed to the hegemonic belief system that their performance of their role in society gives them rewards and will give them their patriarchal dividend.
That's hitting deep. That's hitting deep. Like even you know, I'm doing my absolute best to like reject patriarchal ideas, misogyny that's deeply baked within me. You know, I'm just like, yeah, that shit just, it goes so deep. It goes so fucking deep. You know?
Make them the main character of their story. And much like Boxer, they are guaranteed nothing, no matter what they do, unless, of course, they can somehow find themselves a pathway to the top of the hierarchy, which...
Even though I know that working is a mug's game, working hard, etc. Like, in order to get rich, it's a mug's game. It's never going to happen, etc. Like, you can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps. There is something so patriarchal and misogynistic within men's heads, and it's still there, eating away at my brain. You know, when I'm there and I'm, like, apologizing yesterday for not being able to make the stream, right? Like, I shouldn't have to do that. I shouldn't have to do that. Because it's like, why am I getting mad at myself for having, like, taken a day off work when I needed it? Because I'm fucking too ill to work, right? Do you know what I mean? And it's not like I'm fucking, it's not like I'm like, you know, rich as fucking exploiting everybody. Like, I can barely afford my fucking bills. You know? So I shouldn't feel bad. It's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. I do love you weirdos, though. I do love you weirdos, though, Cynthia. You know? You're my weirdos. Yeah, it's really tough to deprogram that societal pressure. Yeah, it really is. It fucking sucks.
Very, very few men of any race are capable of doing when they have to actually start from scratch.
Yep.
And the Manosphere in various ways offers the false promise of fixing this problem, of making you a man so great that you'll definitely get the dividend you've always wanted. The promise of giving you a map to be the main character that you've always wanted to be. This messaging works because these boys and men, whether they're edge...
This is hitting so close to home. Like, I can't tell you how much this shit is still in my head. I think all the time about, like, you know, oh, just go to the gym, get ripped, work, have like a perfect schedule, do your activism as well, and then have some relaxed time. Also, like, fuck a bunch of people, and then you'll be like the perfect boy. You'll finally achieve that, like, unreal version of yourself that you have in your head. It's so fucked. Yeah, he's reaching into all the white guys' heads. Yeah, 1,000%. 1,000%. Hey, Crack Pyrex, how you doing? Yeah, this is spot on. This is spot on, Feek. I don't know if you're watching. So I know that sometimes Feek and some other YouTubers will, like, lurk in people's streams when they're watching it. So Feek, if you're watching, like, yeah, fucking spot on, bro. You don't need me to tell you that he's spot on, like, but yeah, this is, like, hitting so close to home. It's such a scam. It's such a scam.
Petite bourgeois boys of relative privilege feel the squeeze, feel the sense of existential dread, and they want to address it. They want to address what are actually the failures and limitations of patriarchy under capitalism with performing patriarchy under capitalism. So
true
today
teacher.
We have men from...
That's a great way to describe Feet. Yeah, like a true teacher. Like, actually able to, in a fucking hour, like, now listen, in an hour and 30 video, and we're not even the full way through the video. No, I know he was a teacher, right? We know he was a teacher, but, like, there are teachers who are just teaching and they can't do it because of capitalism and shit like that, and it's too much and it hurts to work yourself so hard. But, like, he's come away from being a teacher and he's now actually doing good teaching. You know what I mean? It's his gift, yeah, and calling. Yeah, I agree. Fucking brilliant.
From Gen X, Millennials, Gen Z, and soon to be Gen Alpha, as the oldest of them are entering puberty and are going to start Googling shit on YouTube and TikTok. And they're going to be grappling with the concept of performing masculinity and fearing the possibility of failing at it and suffering numerous consequences.
Oh my God. Yeah, Shafiq is so right. Thank you, Shafiq. God, this is why I got mods. This is why Shafiq is patriarchy. Excellent. Please go and play this video in the background. Like and subscribe. Comment. Tell him all these things that you're saying to me in my chat. Go and say it to him what you're thinking about his videos, because he's going to love to hear that. He's going to love to see that. Also, it just helps the algorithm. So, you know.
Or succeeding and suffering other consequences. And that's one thing I also want to get across here, is that much of the Manosphere historically and now is built upon a fear response. As boys, we fear that poor performance of masculinity can contribute to bullying and ostracism, which it does. As men, we fear that it will lead to low prospects for intimate partnership and professional success, which it does. Then for a lot of men who ostensibly do perform masculinity effectively, unless they are at the top of the food chain, they will still be susceptible to the harms of late capitalism in the form of exploitative and dehumanizing work, low wages, poor health practices, etc. And even those at the top of the top still have to contend with the erosion of their soul. This is the infected foundation underneath all of this nonsense that ties it all together and makes the Manosphere seem to have such widespread reach, as it makes it possible for someone to start out just wanting to build some muscle or learn how to talk to girls or searching for their favorite anime character and end up arguing for things like enforced monogamy.
It's so true. It's so fucking true. Like, the whole reason that I got into listening to Joe Rogan, right? And then from then going on to, like, you know, listened to what Jordan Peterson was saying was because I was literally there like, oh yeah, I want to get fit, I want to get healthy. I've never enjoyed sports my whole life. I've always wanted to do martial arts. Gonna go and learn how to do Muay Thai, and then learning about MMA, and then learning about Joe Rogan and the UFC. You know? It's fucked. It's so fucked. The Infected Foundation, yeah. It was anime for you? Well, it was anime for me as well, because, like, you know, the reason I wanted to do martial arts is because I watched Dragon Ball Z. You know? Yes, thank you, Shafiq. You can go and retweet the Go Live tweet, and that will absolutely help the stream if you're not financially able to support the stream. So think about that. Get it done. Get it done. Look at the figures of the Manosphere too. Joe Rogan never did hard graft in his life. Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, not exactly John Henry. And Gary Vee started with millions and got luckier. That's the thing that you never see, right? That's the thing that they never admit. That's it. Spot on.
Sex redistribution, or that women should be denied the right to vote. The scary and hard thing to understand is that, like most social ills, the worst parts of the Manosphere stem from a very valid and very universal sense of anguish in men. And we have to contend with and process this if we are ever going to seriously address how to fix the problems that the Manosphere presents to us. Up until now, I've mostly been talking only about white men and boys, and while there is plenty of diversity in all of these groups, there are some distinct differences in what most refer to as the Black Manosphere, which has grown a lot in terms of visibility in the last few years with figures like Kevin Samuels and kind of Fresh and Fit. I'll get to that later. That said, the Black Manosphere is not new, and to be fair, at least on YouTube, it's probably been around a lot longer in its current state than its white counterparts. And I think it's important to parse out some of these differences before moving on, because we want to keep in mind that these two groups definitely converge in some areas, but separate in others. Unlike its white counterpart, the Black Manosphere has the benefit of being able to subterfuge a lot of its elements under the guise of pro-Black thought and political discourse.
Right.
Many, not all, but many of the figures in the Black Manosphere present themselves as pro-Black political figures and talking heads in conjunction with being male advocates, and they just happen to peddle conservative, misogynistic, and every once in a while homophobic rhetoric as solutions to the issues that Black people face.
And I'm just saying to anybody, we can't be pro-Black if you are. How are you pro-Black and not married? This is my issue with a lot of the pro-Black movement, especially a lot of pro-Black women.
For real, dude, are you kidding? This is my problem with women, basically. You know what I mean? Like, I might as well have said that shit. Like, you can't be pro-Black unless you're married. Like, what kind of nonsense is that? Yeah, fitness is, yeah, I agree. Nils and Finn, yeah. Fitness is such a minefield for guys when it comes to, you know, what works and what works for people. I'm a personal trainer. Taking part in decolonizing fitness and boosting its accessibility is a major uphill battle. One of my good friends was going to be a personal trainer. He probably is now because I don't speak to him that much. I don't know. He's probably actually doing it. But, like, I remember when he was giving me advice for personal training, and it was so bad that when I actually went and spoke to, like, a legit personal trainer who'd been doing it for years, he was like, yo, that guy is going to get someone hurt. He's going to get someone injured. And I'm like, yeah, I kind of thought that because I did listen to his advice and none of it worked. Do you know what I mean? Like, the guy's advice basically boiled down to, like, yeah, just lift heavy, bro. And it's like, well, how much is heavy? You know what I mean? To me, that's heavy. But, like, to you, this is heavy. And it's like, what the fuck? Why, you know, this is ridiculous. So, I don't know. But yeah, that's why I've got the fitness channel in the Discord, because it's so much more important to get fitness advice from queer people, from women. It's just like, you don't, you know, it makes it so hard to know where to get started on fitness. Yeah. Saw a video back in 2020 where a Black woman said you cannot be pro-Black and support Black Lives Matter if you're homophobic. The comments under it were a nightmare. Oh, Jesus. Yeah, like, that argument is the no true Scotsman argument, right? So most people take it as, oh, you know, no true Scotsman, so it doesn't mean it doesn't work, right? So they say, oh, that's a fallacy and stuff. But yeah, you know, it's legitimately like, no, yeah, you got to be intersectional in your politics, 100%, you know? Gonna join your local co-op gym soon. A co-op gym! Oh, hell yeah. That's where you're gonna get the good shit. That's where you're gonna get the good shit. Queer-friendly, anti-toxic gym culture. Oh, shit, yeah, I love that. Yeah, fuck, I should fucking do one of these. I should get together with some people and start one of these. That would be so sick.
I need to see.
Yeah, there's probably already someone doing that in Manchester. I just gotta find one.
The insecurities and frustrations for black men that attract them to the Manosphere is pretty much the same as their white counterparts, except that those frustrations, the financial insecurity, the ugly breakups and divorces, child custody battles, etc., are all made a bit more complicated by structural racism. And along with that, because of structural racism, they also are dealing with high death rates, lower access to healthcare, and barriers to a lot of the ways that the Manosphere preaches for seeking self-help. Historically, the nature of patriarchy has mostly excluded black men in a traditional sense. Black men as a whole have never fully encapsulated the patriarchal image of father knows best, doting wife, 2 kids, and a dog. Even those black men that did have those things were always still barred from the full essence of what that framework was supposed to offer in terms of respect and stability. You can be black and be the man of the house and
hey, Lena, what's going on?
Neighborhood, but you were still going to be called boy when the police came around. Plenty of black men between the 1920s and the 1960s contributed to traditional male-centered communities and played roles as patriarchs in them, only for them to be burned down by white terrorist mobs. However, I would argue that more typically, the black manosphere grows out of conservative pro-black movements. As I alluded to in previous videos, older generations of black people who faced a more intense and overtly hostile world of racism and also bore witness to really ugly images and experiences of crime and violence from their own people in black neighborhoods were very susceptible to a line of thinking that said that black people's biggest problems was themselves, and that if we just rejected the uglier and negative aspects of black life and culture and focused more into mimicking what we saw from whiteness, that we would be better off as a people. And to be fair, this isn't wholly untrue. Being closer to whiteness has always been good for people of color, so lighter skinned black people with certain types of hair or phenotypical features or even names are historically much more likely to fare better in America under white supremacy. Right. But as I alluded to in the edgelord video and other videos, crime and criminality is socially determined.
You heard that's why Mr. T took his name? Yeah, because didn't he have an Islamic name? Didn't he have a Muslim name? I feel like his real name is Islamic.
By poverty and lack in environment and structural barriers, and the ability of a handful of black folks to effectively maneuver white supremacy using what we call respectability politics is not a real solution to the issues that black people face. The core factor to crime in black communities is how these communities are designed and policed, not how the people behave or wear their hair or wear their pants. A good way to understand this is to look at something like the opioid epidemic versus the crack epidemic. When crack began to ravage black communities in the 80s, the response was tougher policing, longer prison sentences, and more police on the street, sending thousands of black men to jail for petty drug offenses.
Oh, his name was Lawrence Terode. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I thought he had a Muslim name.
While they also passed laws that greatly criminalized the possession of crack in black.
Oh, wait, no, hang up. He's Jewish. Isn't he Jewish? Mr. T?
Neighborhoods, but barely criminalize the possession of the much more potent cocaine in white communities.
Reverend Cecil Williams thinks law enforcement crackdowns like the one just announced for Washington, D.C., sweep up the victims as well as the dealers.
It'll be warfare. We will see large numbers of poor people, and specifically blacks, going to jail and to prison, and they will not have a chance to live, to have a productive life. By 1995, more blacks would have gone through the criminal justice system. We're predicting 70% at this time, going through the criminal justice system. Now, I ask you, isn't that the way to completely eradicate a race of people?
But then as opioids along with meth surged in white communities over the last decade or so, The policy response has been treatment and mental health services.
Point Borger Boy at him, and if he starts beeping, he is. I don't think that's a good way to find out if someone's Jewish, because Caleb Maupin will just call people Jewish if he doesn't like them. So, you know.
Services and deterrence programs and community engagement that don't ravage these
don't point Caleb Maupin at anything.
Communities. This is the difference between an addict in recovery moving on with his life versus a convicted felon who is unable to find meaningful employment after a lengthy prison sentence during which his community.
So Dim Tim in the chat says, I think this is a quote from Mr. T. I think about my father being called boy, my uncle being called boy, my brother coming back from Vietnam and being called boy. So I question myself, what does a black man have to do before he's given respect as a man? So when I was 18 years old, when I was old enough to fight and die for my country, old enough to drink, old enough to vote, I said I was old enough to be called a man. So I self-ordained myself as Mr. T. So the first word out of everybody's mouth is Mr. Pretty based. A pretty based fucking look at things, to be honest. Yeah. Absolutely.
Community suffered in his absence, which also raises the possibility of recidivism. But a lot of people don't understand this, and so the strong...
Maupin called people he doesn't like satanic. Yeah, but like he also says like Jews are Satanists as well, right? Isn't that what like Satan at the Fountainhead is all about? Like he literally like wrote a book about how Jews are satanic and shit like that. I thought that was literally what he did. Like to him, satanic is in triple parentheses. If you know that dog whistle. If you don't know that dog whistle, that's like an anti-Semitic dog whistle. You know? They like people will write like they in triple parentheses, and that means the Jews. Like that. I just realized that like some people aren't gonna know this shit. You know. It's so weird that like. You gotta do your research as an anti-fascist. If you call yourself an anti-fascist, you gotta do your research about dog whistles. It's so important. So important. I've banned people in this chat, and people have gone, "Why did you ban that person?" And I've been like, "That's a fucking dog whistle." And then they've been like, "Oh, right." You know.
Sentiment in a lot of pro-black spaces is that the key to black liberation is the restoration of the black family and to align said black family with the traditional images of family normalized to us by the Western white world.
That's another point. Jibby Dibby says in the chat, some Jews have reclaimed that. So, you know, don't just go around accusing people of... It's all about nuance, right? It's about nuance. You gotta know that nuance. Yeah. There you go. Agenda witchery is spot on. If you say them, if you see them in triple parentheses, that's a Nazi saying Jews. See someone write their own name, like Alice, in triple parentheses, that's a Jew standing in defiance. Yeah, spot on. Context and intent.
They don't recognize a system that will always find ways to take us out, regardless of how well we perform whiteness. But because that dream is so enticing, a lot of enterprising grifters have constantly presented this idea of fixing the black community through the black family by making it look more like what we think white families look like, which of course often leads to blaming black women on not allowing black men to effectively lead, a narrative made very famous by the Moynihan Report from 1965. The Moynihan Report was a federal report by sociologist something Moynihan, which is a favorite staple of the black manosphere as well as black conservatives, characterized black men as infantile and lazy and uninterested in self-betterment, partly because black women emasculate them. As a cherry on top, the report, which offered no real solutions, gave one prescription that said that maybe these black men should join the army as a way to reclaim their masculinity. More on that in a later video.
So there is something that like, because I'm not, you know, I'm not here to speak over black people or anything like that, or like, you know, say shit that I don't know about or it's not my business and shit like that. But that, what Feek is talking about, there is like a bit of a conspiracy theory movement that tries to claim that the media is trying to feminize black people, right? And there was like a thing where like Will kissed Jaden on the mouth. You know, Will Smith kissed Jaden Smith, his son, on the mouth on TV. And it was like people were going nuts and being like, this is a ritual, this is a ritual. He's doing that to feminize his kid. He's going to feminize his son. This is why his son is like, you know, queer or whatever. I don't know. Like, I don't know if Jaden's actually queer, but like, you know, people see him as like I guess like a feminized black kid, right? Do you know what I mean? A young feminized black boy. That's like the plot of Black Dynamite. Is that right? I've never seen that, actually. I'm meaning to watch it for years. Reclamation is so important for taking power out of the language of bigots. That's right. Why would they be focused on that instead of it just being a little weird? Yeah, like, you know, why would you like not just relate to that a little bit and be like, yeah, if my dad kissed me on the mouth on TV when I was like 16 years old, I'd be so mad. HRT, but it's just Will Smith kissing you. Let's go. We'll be in high demand, you know? Let's get Will Smith, you know? Will Smith round for a little smooch. There you go.
But just understand that this report came right in time for the Vietnam War. What a coincidence. This report has been lambasted by a variety of black scholars for its complete absolvement of the constraints of white supremacy and the legacy of white terrorism.
I wish the media would feminize me.
On these issues that black people face in terms of their families in these communities.
People legit just like, why is that not a thing? Like,
as well as its oversimplistic views on gender dynamics between black men and women. It's a report hated both by scholars who discuss black masculinity and by intersectional feminist scholars. Yet it's a favorite of the black manosphere because it gives credence to the conservative talking point that the problem with the black family is black women.
Society, they did not expect to happen what happened. Go read the Monahan report and Monahan Scissors. They did not expect to give government assistance and food stamps to the black community and for women to choose the check over the men.
You often hear black manosphere types talk about how the likelihood of a black child being raised in a single parent home has skyrocketed in the last 20 or 30 years. And this is true, but it's also true for every other race in this country. And it doesn't take into account all the other variables that decide whether or not a person is going to be raised in a two-parent household. What they really just want to say is that it's because black women aren't submissive enough. They disregard the well-documented structural barriers to black economic viability or the historical fact that black women have always worked, partially because their labor was more valuable on the open market at certain times in the last 100 or so years, versus black men who, even when not excluded from labor, did not have access to some of the more lucrative house caretaker jobs that black women ended up taking. They just...
So like that comes from so much white supremacy there, that shit, right? Because it's like, I remember watching Khadija Mbowe's video on digital blackface like a year or so ago. And she said that there is like such a disgusting view of white people that like every black woman is an angry, you know, dominant, aggressive character, you know? Like doesn't take any shit, stuff like that. Like it's just like, it's a complete racist caricature. And it doesn't, there's no basis in any kind of like social research that you could like say that that's true, right? So that sort of being transferred into the manosphere, like the black manosphere, like super sucks. Like that's still racism's fault. You know what I mean? It's so shit. It's so shit. It's racism all the way down, baby. All the way down.
Run with the rhetoric about black women not being submissive and blah, 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 blah. You have heard this before. In accordance to that, there have long since been black male figures, especially in the comedy world, such as with Patrice O'Neal, and on YouTube even 10, 15 years ago, who have made money and gained notoriety by peddling misogyny disguised as black liberation. They'll say that the black family must be fixed and that this cannot be done if the black woman doesn't get behind her man. It doesn't matter that this has never really been how this has worked in our society, in our culture, and even in many cultures in Africa, or that white supremacy bars so many black men from access to the economic and social capital they need to be heads of the household. It doesn't matter, do it anyway, or you hate black people. There are old archives of a lot of these men's content on YouTube if you want to find it. This complicates the Black Manosphere a bit because while these men still uphold the status quo and spew misogyny, they're also responding to a much more specific and legitimate set of oppressions as opposed to their white counterparts. Right. This doesn't make it any better, it just makes their gripes a bit more legitimate. Aside from that, there's not a lot of material difference between Black and white manosphere spaces. Sometimes the misogyny comes from a hotep, sometimes it comes from an aspiring Republican grifter, sometimes it's just a Black version of the same sleazy pickup artist type character. White guys have men going their own way or MGTOW, Black men have Save Yourself Black Man or SYSBM. Aside from this, all the other things between Black and white men in this particular issue are rooted in the same overall constructs, including even some of the most extreme elements, which we'll get to later. One thing I really want to push against, though, is the myth that Black men are more conservative or patriarchal or misogynistic than any other race of men. Pretty much every data point that you can point to about Black men politically and socially disputes this, whether it be voting patterns, opinion polls, habits, and child rearing. So there's so much evidence that this is a myth, but sadly, Black men don't get to define themselves for themselves, and the loudest and worst of us often get the most attention, which is also something I'll talk about a little later. That's
a white supremacy thing as well. That's like, that comes from the Great Replacement Theory or whatever it was before that. There probably wasn't a theory before that. It was just like general racism, which is that like, it was the whole thing about like interracial families, like mixed families. And they would be like, oh, Black men are out here to like seduce your women, to seduce white women and shit like that. So it's like that idea that, you know, Black men have an excuse for their misogyny because it's in their nature. That is like a fucking white supremacist idea. You know, it's just completely not based in reality whatsoever.
Said the loud bunch of Black men who do attach their identity to the Manosphere are just as ardent and dedicated and, you know, ridiculous as any white consumer of the Manosphere. So it's hard to see that sometimes. I get it. Another thing I did is once I recognized where this video was going, I knew I had to reach out to some of my usual folks to make sure there were some Black men speaking on some of those specific elements of the Black experience within this whole phenomenon.
A breakup, how to like talk to a woman, how to do this, how to do that. And then the very, very, very first instance of that was like, this isn't my proudest moment, but like when I was like 14, 15 years old, I read a pickup lines book, right? And that kind of
heard about him, like the egg boy who made a name for himself accosting Taylor Swift because she was like almost 30 and hadn't had kids yet, and was like, your eggs, lady, you need to take care of your pure Aryan eggs, right? And a lot of other dudes like Fresh and Fit, and there's Joker, like a guy in the Manosphere who literally calls himself heckin' Joker, right? That's cringe.
I think you know, within Black families and black communities, there are sometimes like support structure.
Dime says it used to be the same for Asian men at a time, and now it's more common to use the flip side. Yeah, for sure, absolutely, yeah. Just like any kind of excuse to be xenophobic, any kind of excuse to be like racist, for just white men, it's just like, yeah, extremely fucked.
And stuff, but I think
didn't need to be reminded of Stefan Molyneux. Yeah, but it is funny because he's like a nobody now. Like it's extremely funny that Stefan Molyneux, like the things that people remember about Stefan Molyneux are shit like literally like that person just said. The eggs, your eggs, right? And then like the rest of it is just like more unhinged stuff like that. What was that other one? Where he got like extremely creepy about Lauren Southern. Like he was simping so hard for Lauren Southern because he was like, yes, here's an attractive racist woman. I love this shit. Right? You know. On the anti-SJW route, is the channel Some Black Guy still a thing? Some Black Guy. Why does that ring a bell? I don't know. Please go follow Dime, everyone. by the way. Dime is a phenomenal streamer. We've raided him a few times. Go show him some love. See you later, Smutty Baba Yaga. See you in a bit. See you in a bit.
Sometimes the type of support you need is like, sometimes people don't know how to give it. I think you're talking, I was thinking about how, like, I never really got involved in like any incel communities, but like I'm an atheist, and I've been, you know, I was like real big into like the new atheism shit back in the day. But that, I mean, that community was just filled with angry white men.
What are you doing? People are watching this. And I'm just like, that's exactly the point. I said, it's one thing to be talking about all of this, you know, we're progressive, we could show vulnerability. It's another thing to actually do it.
What's going on, people? So yeah, this video, which is already like an hour and a half long, would have been longer. It was looking to be almost 3 hours long, and between technical difficulties, contractual obligations to get this video out at a certain time, and just the fact that I was rushing to finish that last part and it really wasn't up to par. It was being edited by me and not Needless, so it didn't have all the nice flares and things that this section has. I decided that I need to split it. And I am disappointed because some elements are gonna have to be significantly reconfigured to make sense, and I don't know, I don't like splitting video. In the next section, I go explicitly into some major figures of the Manosphere, such as Kevin Samuels and Jordan Peterson, and it's a lot of stuff to unpack there, a lot of things to talk about. And yeah, I hope you all come back for it because I have more thoughts.
Part two, let's go. Yeah, I'm ready for it.
I'll just say that.
I'm ready for it.
More thoughts to share. Yeah, that's it. I appreciate y'all watching. Please support Kugali Comics and their Kickstarter. Shout out to everybody who helped make this video possible. Peace.
Hang on, what is Kugali Comics? Is that what he was talking about at the start? Oh, you see, like, sometimes this fucking sponsor block thing really sucks because people will be like, how do I get rid? Did that just turn it off?
Check it out. You all know
sometimes the stuff is really good. Sometimes the stuff is really good. You know? Yeah, the ad read. Yeah. It like fucking Kugali is fucking awesome. Let's have a look. African storytelling. We're an entertainment company that focuses on telling stories inspired by African culture using comic books, art, and augmented reality. These are stories that respect the history, embrace the present, and imagine the future of Africa. Hell yeah, let's go. They're doing a Disney collab. I think they got a Kickstarter. I'm here for this. I'm so here for this. Hell yeah, let's go. Join our community on Patreon. They're on Patreon, gang. Yo, can I get them on Patreon? Let me drop a link to that down in the chat. You can much cheaper than my Patreon. You could support them for as little as £1 a month, £2.50 a month, or £8 a month. So get involved with it. Support them. This looks dope as fuck. I love this shit. Do more than comics, augmented reality. Yeah, this looks dope. All right, I'm here for this. The Menace, it has been a while, yes. The beard's looking sick. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Okay, right. Let's get to the end of Peak's video because we didn't watch like the rest of it. He's doing more of like an outro.
I'll just say that. More thoughts to share. Yeah, that's it. I appreciate y'all watching. Please support Kugali Comics and their Kickstarter. Shout out to everybody who helped make this video possible. Peace.
Oh, that is it. Okay, sweet. Very, very PogChamped. Very, very cool. Let's fucking go. Go support Feek, everybody. Get a like, get a subscribe, drop a comment. Play the video in the background on mute. Phenomenal shit. Let's fucking go. What a legend. Such a fucking fan. Oh, you got a little insight just there. You see that? You see all this fucking nonsense? You got a little insight into my editing process here. Yeah, this is all like shit, like images that I'm using for my new video. I just literally like stick them all on my desktop. It's ridiculous. Where are we at now? How much of a video must you watch for it to count in the ticker? The thing that helps YouTubers the most is watch time average. So you want to like let it play for the whole one. Yeah, I got. This isn't even half of it. I've not even done. Can I show you my timeline real quick? Can I show you my timeline? Let me just load this up real quick and let me see if I can show you the timeline real quick. You can show us whatever you like. Well, it's about whether I actually can, if there's something like. No, it should be fine to show you this. Yeah, 100%. Because I'm not actually showing you the video. So patrons don't get upset. Oh, hey, Mr. Dank. How you doing? I don't click off ending credits specifically just to give the YouTuber that extra 30 seconds of watch time. You're a better person than me, Agenda Witchery. I just straight up was like, yeah, okay, that's done. It's done. So yeah, check out the here's the timeline for my new video. Obviously I got 2 monitors, so like I watch the video on the other monitor. Yeah, there's the video. Look how nice I look, by the way. Look how nice I look with like a little bit of like this is just a little bit. Let me show you real quick. So that's me with color grading. And then if I like get rid of that, how do I get rid of that? Like look, there's me without. Like that's literally me like now. That's what I look like on stream, right? But then if I like enable it, how much better that looks. I look so much more alive. Like I don't look this, I'm not like green in real life. I'm not like pale and green. Like that's more like what I look like. I'm more like pink and orange. Anyway. I should change the title as well. Just chilling. We're just chilling right now. Can get rid of this too. But like, yeah, so it's like, you can see on the timeline here, 20 minutes. So normally, this video is 20 minutes, right? Normally my video is about 20 minutes to 30 minutes or something like that. The timeline, it's always extremely simple. But this is the rest of the video that I've got. I've got like 30 minutes of video to trim down. I think this is going to be my longest video to date, gang. Like I've already done 20 minutes. By all rights, this video should have been done like last week. But it's taken so long because there's so much to talk about with like Twitch's white supremacy and shit. There's just so much. There's just so much. You know? So bad. Anyway, that's a little insight into my editing. So there you go. Looking forward to it. I'm planning on having it done by Thursday/Friday. I want to upload it by the time I go to Cornwall, which will be Friday morning. Still a handsome bloke coming from a bisexual lesbian. Appreciate that, Cynthia. Appreciate that. Everyone just wants any kind of excuse to call me handsome, and I'm fine with it, to be honest. I'm fine with it. We're waiting and we're here for however long it takes. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot, because this video is taking like a lot of work, and alongside it, I'm also like gonna be uploading. Like for example, like, what I had to do today was I had to like listen through me and Wreck-It Ravens me and Wreck-It Raven's discussion that we had like last year in October to make sure that like I'm still based, because I'm always anxious that there's like something that I've not like, you know, got wrong, that there's something that I have got wrong. So I had to watch through all of that today, which was like 2 hours. Like I got to that point where you see the fucking whatchamacallit, that point where you see the editing stop and the rest of the timeline is just like raw footage. That was because I got to the point in the video where I shout out the fact that, you know, I'm uploading a convo with Comrade that is me and Wreck-It Raven. And so I was like, fuck, I gotta watch all that now. Where in Cornwall you going? Well, I'm not going to tell you exactly where I'm going because, you know, doxing and stuff like that, but I'm going to see Nine Inch Nails. So, yeah. I don't mind telling you that because that's like an incredibly, you know, public place and stuff like that. But, yeah, I'm not going to tell you exactly where. I could crack some ball jokes if it'd help, you know, for balance. No. You're not allowed. Hey, Lizard, what's going on? Welcome in. Where? At what exact time? I'm going to be at Land's End at 5 p.m. on Saturday. That's exactly where I'm going to be. The exact time. I'll be there. Meet me at Land's End at 5 p.m. Excuse me. There are YouTube videos that are literally feature length where I wonder how many drafts it took to trim the topic down to that much. Yeah, that was almost feature length. Yeah. That was almost feature length, that 1.5 hours, you know, that we just watched. So, Nine Inch Nail, that's fucking cool. I'm jelly about seeing Nine Inch Nails. I would be jealous if I wasn't able to go as well. You know? Will you be home in time for Red Planet? Yes, I'm going to be home on Saturday. Yeah. Yeah. I'll be home on Saturday. You saw Nine Inch Nail in 1994 and I peaked. You haven't gone since? Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay, so listen. What's the next part of the stream that you are asking me for? Finn says, got a jet. Thank you for the stream. Finn, thanks so much for being here, bro. Please, 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 please go and follow Fantastic Mr. Fox. Do you stream, Finn? I never actually thought, like, do you actually stream? I'm going to follow you just in case. Just in case you decide to stream whenever you want. I'm doing it. Good, because seeing Muel on Red Planet is the reason I show up. Don't tell Kira. She might be lurking. Might be lurking. We're not we're not doing Forest Man videos today. We're doing, so some people a couple of months ago will remember when I used to watch street food videos. We did that one stream or maybe 2 streams and it was really good. I'm doing a little twist on that today, and instead of watching street food videos, we're watching videos where people cook a lot of food for a lot of people, that maybe we could learn about some stuff on how to feed a lot of people when we're doing mutual aid, right? Because mutual aid, a lot of it is just like cooking for a lot of people, innit? And these are some cool videos that I found on how you can do that. Let me real quick find my watch later playlist. Where is it? There it is. Yeah, here we go.
Every day, Uzbek.
Whoa. Shut up. Shut up. I'm not ready to play you yet. I'm doing all sorts of stuff in the background. Kara's playing Mountain Blade. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Right, so Divided says, I found Muel through Sophie, which led me to Red Planet, which led me to Kira and Tim. Hell yeah, that's what we want. That is literally what we want. We're trying so hard to make our audiences like cross-pollinate so that the algorithm recognizes that we're like all together, so that like when one of us pops off, like the others will as well. It's really hard. It's really, really hard. It's hard for me to remember to like, you know, share Sophie's videos, and it's hard for me to remember to share like Kira's videos and shit like that. And then Tim is like working on a video. He's been working on a video for so long. And then I'm like, oh my God. And then I'm like, shit, I should be sharing the Red Planet videos, VODs every week. It's so hard. So hard to remember stuff. ADHD times. The Sophie to Egg Dog to Strimmer to Dread pipeline. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. All right. One cool person that does this actually live on stream that has done this has done stuff like this on stream is OnlyZots, and I want to just give like a shout out to OnlyZots because they're really fucking good and they deserve a lot of love. Like everything that OnlyZots does on their YouTube channel is like for mutual aid. Like the money that you spend on their YouTube channel goes towards actual mutual aid. So please, please, please go support Zots. Incredible person. Yeah, we're gonna learn more about that. Casey's a good egg. I found you through Casey Explosion because basically if Casey likes someone, I'll 100% take that as one of the highest endorsements. I am very, very, very privileged to, yeah, count Casey among the people that I would call a friend. An internet friend at least. Yeah, defo. The one Zots is a bottom and you should tell him that. That's not me. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Right, listen. Content warning for food. I know not everybody wants to see like a bunch of food being cooked and stuff like that. It can be a little upsetting for, you know, people with eating disorders and stuff like that. So I want you all to be kind to yourself and not, you know. Why can't I edit the fucking... Why can't I edit the content one? Why is that like that? Okay. But it is. Content warning for this next section is food. Alright. There we go. We're in. So... You wanted to send a blue fella? I'm going to do the blue fella. Don't worry. I'm just doing like 9 things at once right now. We're going to watch them make 15,000 legendary Samarkand bread loaves. How they're baked daily in Uzbekistan. Let's check this out. This is fun as fuck. I'm very excited. Move that to the corner. Let me just neaten this up a little bit. Put that in the middle. And hell yeah, we are ready to go.
Every day, Uzbek bakers hand roll.
No, I saw you hydrate. I did. I took a big swig.
Stamp 8,000 loaves of bread. Shaped like wheels, these loaves are dense and chewy, with a golden crust and an airy crumb.
Oh, hell yeah.
Weighing in at 1.5 kilos, they are often eaten in groups and shared around the dinner table.
Oh, yes.
While you can find countless varieties of this bread across Uzbekistan, the most legendary loaves are baked in the city of Samarkand. Here, bread is sacred and made with the utmost care.
This bread is so prime, by the way. If you've never had one of these like Samarkand like loaves, oh, it's so fucking good.
We visited Samarkand to see how these loaves are made and what it takes to bake such big batches. Making these loaves begins by combining 62 kilograms of flour, water, salt, and yeast
62 kilograms
into a mechanical mixer. After about 40 minutes, the dough is taken out, kneaded, and left to rise for 4 hours. The dough is then cut into 1.5 kilo balls, which are then left to rest and rise for another hour and 20 minutes.
nonimizni tayyor bo'lishiga 6 soat mana bunday zo'rlar holatga kelishi uchun 5 soat vaqt ketadi. 4 soat xomir davomida achisa, 1 soat 40 minut bu zo'rlar davomida achiydi.
That's so sick.
One bowl is 3.5 times the weight of an average American loaf of bread.
Wait, what did that say? 3.5 times the weight. 3.5 times the weight of an American loaf of bread. Also, 4 hours of rising is so good. Like, to make good bread here at home, I normally leave my dough in the fridge for like 18 hours.
3.5 times the weight of an average American loaf of bread. Once the dough has risen, it is ready to be shaped. This is where master bread maker Davronov Okun comes in. He has been making bread for 8 years and can make 600 loaves a day during his 12-hour shift.
Mana endi bu zo'rlarni o'zimizga moslashib olamiz, non ko'rikli sifatli chiqishi uchun va buni qachaqlaymiz.
Yeah, kneading dough is heavy fucking work. Yeah, absolutely. I guess that's why it's like I have to leave mine for 18 hours because I don't need my bread at all. I just like throw it in the oven and it's fine. When you used to bake bread, you'd ferment the dough for 2 to 3 days. Watching people preparing and making food is very satisfying to watch. Yeah, because it's literally like, you know, it is the soul of humanity. These people are like making food for us to eat. And I don't know what kind of way that they're doing this. I don't know if this is like a feed the community project or feed the homeless or anything. This could be just like a business where they're just like selling bread. But like the purposes for watching this is to be like, okay, so this is how they do it. 15,000. This is how they get 15,000 loaves baked a day, right? Hey, Johnny, what's going on? Go follow Johnny, everybody. These are the vibes right now. Just zoned out of a 10-minute video about a Taiwanese peanut oil factory. Oh, hell yeah. Like, so I want to take, this is why I chose this video specifically, because this had like a lot of just like guys making bread. And it's like, all you need is a big mixing bowl and a big oven. That's all you need. You don't need a factory. You don't need like any of this like really complicated shit. It's just like, that's it. You know what I mean? Obviously, you would need some element of supply line, automated factory stuff for like, you know, making the flour and growing the bread. You know? Yeah. All you need. Yeah, all you need. Yeah, I know the joke. Ha ha ha. Guys making bread was my nickname in high school.
Similar to scoring bread before baking, workers use needle tip mapas to create small punctures in the center of the loaf.
Oh, okay.
When the bread is cooked, steam is able to escape from these holes and prevent the center from rising. But
yeah, you'd need like fuel and power for the oven. Right, exactly.
There's more behind this course than just function. These patterns are also decorative and are used as a way for...
Like, I'm also planning on watching more videos about like in my watch later list. I also have this 5 years living off grid, building a sustainable small holding. Like, I watched this and I was like, oh my God, we could all do this tomorrow. Because this guy is just like, not all of us could do it, but like a lot of people could just like do this, and it's so much more cheaper than saving up and buying a house. It's actually incredible. It's ridiculous. We could all just do it together. We could all just like get off. You know what I mean? I'm thinking about how what is the future of humanity that lives in harmony with nature. You know what I mean? You watch that video? It's really good. This guy's really good. I don't know this guy's politics or anything like that, but that doesn't matter because it's the praxis that we're looking at, right? It's the practicality of how to do it. And, you know, the way that he has... Like, this guy goes a bit overboard and everything. Like, this guy makes, like, a workshop. And he clearly like wants to be a builder and shit like that. Not everybody's gonna want to do that shit. Not everyone's gonna have the, you know, the neurotypicism or the hyper focus for that. But the way that he does it and the way that it works is amazing. Not me. I'm totally dependent on modern amenities. I mean, it depends what modern amenities you're dependent on, because this guy makes his own power. You know, he's not on the power grid. He makes his own power through like hydroelectricity and solar panels and shit. And you know, he's got a fridge, got a bath, he's got, I don't know what other stuff you'd need, but you know, it's like, okay, how do I get that? You know, how do I get those things? Yeah, he's got internet too. Yeah, he uploads the videos from his gaff. I've seen videos like that, but they were homesteading houseboats fully off the grid, not stepping on land for fucking years. Yeah. Yeah. And it's like about like getting like sustainable farms and shit like that too, you know?
Bakers to add their signature. Once a loaf has been rounded,
like this is the way that we have to be thinking about like as leftists. We have to be thinking like, right, what does everybody need? We need food, we need power, we need medicine. Where do these things come from? How do we make them? How do we decommodify them? Is basically what I'm thinking in my head. You know, that's why I've got the Solarpunk Eco Warrior channel in the Discord now. 30bird has been a really good resource for sharing stuff about what they do in there too. And that's been really, really good.
And stamped, sesame seeds are pressed into the center of the bread.
Keyin bu sidanani yopishi uchun qo'limizni oldin suvga, keyin esa sidanaga botirib, nonni yuziga qo'yamiz.
Look at those tasty rings. Look at those tasty rings right there.
While the bread waits, giant tandoor ovens are heated.
So like that is clearly like a gas oven, so like not sustainable, but like how would you make like a sustainable version of that? You would just have to like make an electric oven. It would just have to be like a big electric oven essentially. You know what I mean? But I don't know whether the cooking would work properly if it wasn't like a proper clay oven like this. Like this is kind of like a tandoor. You know, like a big clay oven that like people use communally. But yeah.
Once hot, they're sprayed with water and
You could just make a regular fire pit out of wood. Like you just have to think about how sustainable the wood fire of it would be, you know?
Down to a more ideal temperature.
Charcoal and wood,
Keeping
yeah.
the oven at the right temperature is done entirely by fuel, and it is one of the most important parts of the baking process.
Oh, it is a tandoor. It's literally a tandoor, yeah.
Qizdirib olganimizdan keyin uni issiq sovug'ini ko'ramiz biz. Issiq bo'lsa tashlaydi, sovuq bo'lsa orqasini bermaydi.
Before the bread is slapped inside the oven, bakers rub a small amount of water on the bottom of the loaf so it can better stick to the walls of the tandoor.
Oh, they just fucking slap it on the inside.
Using a cloth to clutch the bread, bakers dive headfirst into the oven, sticking loaf after loaf until every square inch of the oven is filled.
These motherfuckers have got the most like heat-resistant hands in the world.
But this acrobatic...
At the absolute basics, a base-left commune ought to be producing at the very least wheat and rice with smaller amounts of plants for nutrition, herbs, and spices. Yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
Baking doesn't come without risk.
Bread tiling, yeah.
Endi xavfli tushganlar ham bor. Eski ko'hna tandirlarga buzilib.
When someone fell inside. Oh no.
Kirib ketganlar ham bor.
Yeah, no
While
way.
falling into an oven is rare, bakers must be incredibly accurate with their aim and stick. One false move and they could lose a loaf, or worse, they could burn themselves.
Yeah, just using like a wood-fired oven for that. Yeah, that would be sustainable on a small scale. Yeah, 100%. Rather than an electric oven. I just think about like an electric oven would be more environmentally friendly. Like we don't want to be relying on cutting down trees for fuel for stuff like that. You know what I mean? That's not sustainable.
themselves.
But then maybe, I don't know, this would, I don't know if it would work. I don't know. I'm in the process of putting together a hydroponic farm in my apartment to grow some veggies. That is fucking sick. You see, like, that's also shit that we need to think about as well. Like, how do you convert... Like, you would have to get, like, your entire apartment building to be like, yo, let's put solar panels on the roof. We have to think about this culturally as well. How to make it sustainable while respecting people's culture over bread baking. Yeah, for sure, right. You know, like, the bread that, like, you would make on the leftist commune wouldn't necessarily be, you know, have to be Samarkand loaves, right? It could be, like, you know? It's the balance between being between back to nature and scientific progress to assist people in being as efficient as possible. That's exactly what I'm talking about, yeah. Solar ovens are neat if you get the sun hours. Yeah, huh? Absolutely. Because, like, freezers are a really, like... I think freezers have, like, a lot of... It takes a lot of energy, right? What we make will necessarily depend on circumstance anyway. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of, like, things that will... Things that you could say to everybody around the world and be like, okay, what do we want? Like, bread, rice, shit like that, right? Electric, if you're generating your own, is doable. Only have enough battery storage. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day, the battery storage. And then the battery storage... is a little bit like, oh, I don't know, because you need lithium for that, and lithium is hella exploitative and shit. You know what I mean? It's tough. It's tough. Like, you don't necessarily have to use lithium or, like, new batteries. You can find, like, old batteries. Like, this guy in the video that I'm talking about, he uses old forklift truck batteries from cars. So you could just, like, reuse that shit. Freezers change everything. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. Also, hi, Columbo. How you doing? Just found out making Burmese tofu, super cheap thing to make. It doesn't need that much energy to make and cook. That's cool. Like an old lead acid battery. I don't know. I don't know exactly what it is, but yeah. There are already a few lithium-free batteries that are better. There you go. Icked Drugs has got it.
Each of these ovens can fit around 56 large loaves or up to 72 small ones at a time. Because of the oven's high temperature,
yeah, batteries can be
these
fucky,
breads
yeah.
only need a few minutes to cook. When the core is crisp and the sides have puffed, the bread is ready to be scooped out.
But, like, this is great. Like, this is what I want in my chat. Like, it's making me extremely happy, you know? Like that. These are the conversations that we're having now in my chat, because this is something that, like, doesn't happen in leftist communities that much. People talking about the future. And the fact that we're talking about the future and the fact that we're problem solving together is evidence that there is a future outside of capitalism, and it's possible. And every single one of us could be leading that future. You know what I mean? I don't know much, I'm afraid. Yeah, but, like, the little that you know could add into everybody's knowledge. And therefore, you know, each one teach one. That's what it's all about, right? And it doesn't matter if you don't know anything, because some people are born babies. I don't know if you know this. It's a weird phenomenon. But some people are just born babies and they don't know anything. If you wanted to go full engineer brain, you could use freezers, which run off gas condensing, then use the condensed gases as a battery source, and run air engines off the re-expansion like a solar wind giant hamster wheel as output inputs. Jesus Christ. Yeah, but the gas is the thing that is problematic there, right? Can I link? Hell yeah, you can. If you're gonna link about them B82 res. In the long run, we're probably gonna shift more to community cooking, so energy storage for cooking can be more centralized with a hydroelectric setup. That's literally what I'm thinking. That's literally what I'm thinking. Yeah, like, water is a really underused thing. Like, there's so much water on the planet, and it's literally like we could use so much of that, you know? These are the batteries, for example.
It's getting pretty crowded.
Oh my god, what is this guy? This video is long as fuck. Yeah, well, we'll watch this. We'll watch this later. I'll add this to the watch later. We'll stick this in the queue. 100%. Zinc bromide gel batteries. Yeah, I guess the thing that I worry about is, like, where are we getting these from? You know, where are we getting this from?
Unlike conventional ovens used in the West, tandoor ovens retain heat for longer periods of time and require less fuel.
See, now they sound sustainable just in general. Like, is using a tandoor oven gonna be like a good idea in terms of like you just chuck like maybe one log in there and then you're good for the day, and then you've baked 15,000 fucking loaves? You know? Like, is that you know? Who knows? We need a proper leftist communalist movement in the UK. We could crowdfund buy some farmland in the Highlands or something. The only barriers will be people, power, and time. Yeah, and that absolutely, like, that's the thing. It's like, that's what this guy did in the video that we're going to watch in a bit. He just bought some acres of farmland, and it was something like $5 grand. $5 grand. Like, do you know how much you have to save up to get a deposit on a house in the UK? That's like fucking 20 grand. And then the guy built his house for 3 grand. And that's including the electric stuff and everything. So like 8 grand. And you've got a house, you've got land to farm on. Madness. Like, absolute madness. Like, and these fucking jokers are out here trying to make us buy a fucking mortgage. You've been to a pumped storage hydroelectric station at Cruachan? That sounds sick. Wait, someone else was talking about that earlier, right? What did I miss? Where did I miss that? Fuck. Been thinking about sustainable living for years, what I'd require to survive, but you exploring how to support a community through these approaches is amazing. That's what you've got to think of. And hi, fan club, welcome in. That's what you've got to think of. Average UK deposit for first-time buyers is 57 grand? You what? Really? Is that what it is? Is that what it is now? That's gone up so much since like 10 years ago. You're absolutely right, Rob, because I'm thinking about 10 years ago. Oh my God, you're absolutely right. That is like 10 years ago shit. Oh my God. Do mortgages in the UK have the 20% avoid PMI thing? I don't know what you're talking about, but generally speaking, the deposit on a house is like 20% of the asking price.
Hello, me old chum.
So that might be what you're after. Also, thanks for the follow. Stapleton Colony, a Christian anarchist community in Yorkshire, has recently passed its 100-year anniversary. Oh, that's interesting. Same as Canada, that sounds average. Super fucked. Property speculators have completely fucked the market. Yeah, it's not good. Zero wage growth as well. Yeah, zero wage growth in that time. You know, like, the more and more that I have these thinkings, like, these thinkings. I'm so smart. God, that reminds me of, like, Sargon of Akkad's, like second channel or whatever. It's called, like, The Thinkery. It's, like, such a stupid fucking way to say things. Anyway, the more I'm having these thoughts of, like, how to solve problems, like, nowadays when I think about, like, landlords are a problem, I'm like, okay, renters union. Don't worry about it because renters unions exist.
Hello, me old chum.
Thank you for the follow. Like, why are those fucking alerts so loud, by the way? That's loud as fuck. Is that loud as fuck compared to everything? It sounded loud as fuck. Anyway. You have to think about solutions, and the way that I'm thinking about, like, solutions to climate change is, like, in our immediate area, because, like, all that you could do in the UK is really, like, say you can, like, go to a fracking site and stop it from being built, right? That's what you could do in the UK. Like, we don't have, like, a lot of, like, natural resource exploitation here in the UK, apart from fracking, right? And that's kind of stopped nowadays. They're trying to bring it back, but it's kind of stopped. Okay, it sounded fine to most people. Okay, cool. Thanks, gang. Yeah, it's just me. It's because there's no sound playing right now, and I'm like, oh, it sounded loud. But yeah, it's all about thinking about solutions rather than going, oh my God, everything sucks. You know? And you have to think about these solutions in a local way, gang. Like, you have to think about them in terms of, like, what can we do in our immediate area? And it's like, okay, around most UK cities, there's, like, a lot of farmland. And, you know, taking people out of the city and that horrific city living that, like, destroys the soul because it's extremely alienating in a highly populated area. Could be just like a really sick way to do that. You know what I mean? What you could grow sustainably in an area is going to look very different from region to region. Yeah, exactly. I'd love to grow rice, but I live on the dry side of the mountains. I guess what you've also got to consider as well is like the fine line between, someone else mentioned it in the chat before, it's like science, progress in science and getting back to nature, like those two things combining. So when you're thinking about like, oh my God, I can't grow rice in the mountains. Well, maybe you could with hydroponics. Maybe you could. So that's that.
The use
like how much energy does hydroponics need and shit like that, right? Can you produce that electric sustainably on a small scale? Things like that to consider, you know?
Vertical ovens like these is believed to come from the Semitic peoples who spread across the Middle East and Central Asia.
Oh my God, I never even did my blue fella. I never even did my blue fella quill. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm getting it on now. Okay, 5 minutes, blue fella,
Relics
let's go.
of these ovens have been dated to 5050 BCE.
This is going to need a huge level of financial planning. Yeah, but it just doesn't though. That's the thing. It's like when you talk about like a huge level of financial planning, it's like, what is that? Working out what things cost and then paying for them. Like when you say like a huge level of financial planning, that makes it sound a lot more complicated than what it is. It's literally just finding out how much things cost and then getting the money for that, right? And yes, it's been cancelled. It's been cancelled. Let this man have his blue fella, damn it. That's very fair. It sounds daunting to me. Listen, you know what? That's a great point, Lyra. I want to talk about that. I want to talk about that a lot, right? Don't mean to imply it's a roadblock. No, it's fine. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Listen, the reason why we have these concerns, like, oh my God, this is like a huge thing, and it's like, oh my God, like it's so much to manage, and like, oh my God, it's going to cost a lot of money and stuff like that. It's like, because our autonomy has been taken away from us as people. In the alienation of capitalism within the imperial core, none of us are allowed to think that we can achieve anything. And so we're always looking for problems that are going to stop us from doing this stuff. And it's like, yeah, there are things that you need to consider. You can't just like go out there and like hope for it to happen. And by the way, we're just thinking about this for the time being. So there's no need to catastrophize right now. You know, like don't sit there and be like, oh my God, and we're going to need this, and then that's going to happen, and then everything could go wrong, and something's going to explode, and then there'll be a cult, and like, blah, 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 blah. There's no need to catastrophize at this point, because we're not doing anything yet. What we're doing now is we're simply thinking about how we can solve these problems. Right, that's it. It's like, no, it's fine. Like, you know, I'm not saying that you're catastrophizing in a bad way. Right, trying to figure it out and trying to figure out, like, because we're thinking about the theory here, right? Like, think about it this way. We've got a lot of theory behind how to unionize the workforce, but the people who are doing it are figuring out the problems and ironing out the kinks. Do you know what I mean? And you're absolutely right. Good problem spotting is a good skill. 1,000%, 1,000%, 1,000%. Yeah. Absolutely. What if we did hydro batteries with high rises? This is it. See, like, at the moment, all I want to inspire in people is thinking, like, how can we get away from what capitalism wants of us? Right? We can't rely on these electoral systems anymore. We can't rely on governments to do the right thing because they just don't. So we have to think about what we could do ourselves. It's also important not to have main character syndrome about it. You and your own are not responsible to fix the planet. Just start where you are and have etc. The reason that I'm like thinking about this stuff is because I have so much faith in people. You know, when it comes to the problem-solving skills that we need to get around this stuff, I have faith. Like when we're talking about financial planning, I have faith in the people around us to sort that out, to come up with solutions for that. You know? You got to start small and achievable. That's absolutely it. And that's why right now, all I'm trying to do is inspire a level of thinking about this stuff. You know what I mean? So I don't want anyone to panic. I don't want anyone to think that they're thinking about the wrong things or they're doing the wrong things. But what I do want to do, what I do really want to do, is remind people that we do actually have so much potential within us to help. And I know that a lot of my community are disabled and neurodivergent. And I just want to point out that, like, a lot of what we do has to consider those people too, right? So if you sat there thinking like, yo, I'm disabled, I could never be part of this conversation, we need to also think about accessibility in this stuff. So, you know, people who aren't disabled in our community, that is like our responsibility too, right? So yeah, there's so much to think about this, but it's like, in theory, I guess what I'm saying is like, have reliance on other people and have faith in our comrades that are going to help us get there to solving these problems, because I believe it is going to happen. And I believe, you know, whether it's not like going out there and starting a commune or like buying some land and fucking, you know, building your own house for like $8,000 or whatever, maybe it will be something different. Maybe it will be like you convert your apartment block into a fully functioning commune within a city. That's an entire possibility, right? You know, converting an office block into something similar, you know? And in that sort of frame of thinking, we have to think about the people who will be doing this outside of financial planning, because the more that the imperial core collapses and capitalism dies, we are going to see people who are just going to go into these places and squat them. You know, that's a whole thing that could happen and is going to happen. We're going to see more and more people do that. And these people are going to take charge of the control in these, you know, buildings through means that are not financial. You know, they're going to take resources from people because they won't be able to afford them and shit like that. And of course, on Twitch.tv, I do not advocate for any of that, because that's illegal and the law is absolutely the decider of morality, you know? But these are just things that we're going to see happen.
Ya, endi bizlar mana tandirlar sonimiz ko'p-ku. Agar hammasini hisobga oladigan bo'lsam, 15 mingtaga boradi.
Once baked, the breads are loaded onto delivery trucks and driven to the local bazaar.
Would you like to fuck me?
Here,
Thank you so much, 69 bits, anonymous chip.
locals can shop for produce and pick up this legendary bread for about $1 to $2, depending on its weight.
Mazasi mashg'ul qilgan, ta'mi boshqacha.
Can't build a commune within an urban area in the imperialist core because it gets torn down, but like in short-term autonomous zones are based as shit, and I'm hoping we see a few of those in America this year. What I would say to that is that, like, even if you go and do this legally, like we're talking about, like buying land and doing it that way, I imagine there will be problems with the police as well. So I don't think that issue is going to be limited to city-based squats and stuff like that. I believe that we're going to see stuff like that, because you got to remember that travelers are the the GRT community are the founders of that way of living. You know, maybe not the founders, but like they are like the experts. Like that's how they live. Traditionally, they're more nomadic and stuff, but in terms of like, you know, actually like going and like living outside of like the grid, like this is what they do. So, you know, they have problems with the cops all the time. We're gonna have problems with the cops if we do stuff like this. You know, it's one of those. The forces of capital wouldn't allow it, legal or not. This is the thing. This is how you have to think of it, like that. And I agree. You're right, Sorka. Yeah, look at what they do to indigenous people on legally owned land. Exactly. That's it. Are you a Red Letter Media fan, DJ? No, not anymore. I used to be. But just sort of like not growing out of edgy jokes and making transphobic jokes and stuff like that means that I just don't support them anymore. So yeah, no, I like bad movies in general. Sugary Senpai.
DJ Muel Egg, DJ Muel Egg, DJ Muel Egg, DJ Muel Egg, DJ Muel Egg.
Thank you so much for the 19 months. How are you doing, Sugary Senpai? Can I get a shout out for Sugary Senpai, please? What is the GRT community? It's the community of Romani travelers. The G word is like a reclaimed slur that I'm not going to use because I'm not part of that community. But yeah, travelers, Romani, and Cinder, I believe. Is that right? The Cinder community. Yeah.
Bizning nonlar mashhur juda. Ta'mi ham, mazasi ham zo'r.
Samarqand noni aziz va lig bo'lgan.
Sinti, that's right, Sinti, yeah.
Ham sifatli, hammaligi mazali.
Oh yeah, Stalker, yeah, I get that, yeah. Not like for better or worse, just different. You're right, the level of adversity varies, I agree, yeah.
It's a matched taste. Legend has it that the air of Samarkand is what gives this bread its unique texture and flavor. Beyond its distinct taste, this bread is also...
Red Letter Media had Max Landis on their channel at one point, which is cringe. Yeah, but like after all that shit came out about him, they just haven't had anything to do with him. Like, I think it's right to criticize people for doing stuff that's bad, but when they're not doing stuff that's bad and when they stop doing stuff that's bad, there's no point in, you know, criticizing them for stuff that they've stopped doing. The Samarkand Mosque is gorgeous as fuck. Yeah, like that was beautiful looking, right?
Symbolic.
Yeah, let's take a look at that again. Like, look at that shit. That's looking nice as fuck. I don't know if this is like the mosque, but like, it's like a square or something like that. It's so good.
Gives this bread its unique texture and flavor. Beyond its distinct taste, this bread is also symbolic. Jan loaves are often split in half during wedding ceremonies to symbolize the unity between families.
Oh, is this kind of like challah?
And Uzbek children are often taught to pick up bread from the floor so that a single crumb never goes to waste.
Google the interior, it's incredible. Yeah, let's take a look at that. I love shit like Samarkand. Oh yeah, that is the mosque that they were showing, yeah. Oh, I've seen pictures of this. I've seen pictures of this before. Oh yeah, that's fucking so gorgeous. Yo, look at that shit. That's mad. Look at the care and detail on that shit. That is fucking beautiful. Oh my god, those shapes at the top. That's absolutely amazing. Fucking hell. Love that. Like huge fluffy bagels? Yeah, they are like that, right? The idea that Tesco is super compared to that bazaar is legitimately offensively wrong to me, like disgustingly parodic. Oh, yeah, you're on about supermarkets? Yeah, supermarkets are offensive as fuck. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, like a bazaar like this, like how is Tesco better than that at all? Yeah, I agree. That's a really good point to make, Sorka, to be honest. That's like a really good observation. Like, how is a commodified space that is not open air and extremely exploitative, how is that any better than a market like this? Yeah.
Baked bread is typically savored with butter and jam, and after a few days, the firmer loaves are broken into chunky bits for dipping in hot soups and gravy. Luckily, Samarkand's breads have a long shelf life and can last up to 10 days. So if you ever need one sent by mail...
Oh, it just looks so good. It looks... Wait, how long did they say that lasts?
Samarkand's breads have a long shelf life and can last up to 10 days.
10 days? That's better than the use-by date on fucking Wonder Bread.
So if you ever need one sent by mail or plan to travel for an extended period of time, this might be.
Just popping by for a wee but before bed. How's it going? Dave, I'd appreciate it if you didn't wee in this channel. I know what you meant. Look at that. As soon as Master of the Art mentions traditional Scottish, the Scots appear. We got Dave and Lulu. Can I get a shout out for Dave and Lulu, please, Shafiq? When I used to get Wonder, it was already showing green. Yeah, it's fucked. Yeah, it's absolutely fucked. Like that kind of bread, like Warburton's in the UK. Disgusting. Obviously Sorka was already here, and Sorka's Scottish too, but yeah. Oh wait, I think Shafiq's Shafiq's just about to leave. Yeah, sorry about that, love. Yeah. I think Columbo's still here. I'm not sure if Columbo got off or anything like that. But thanks, appreciate that, Shafiq. Yeah, Master of the Art says in traditional Scottish weddings, the couple and their parents drink whiskey from the same quake. Is that you said that? Quake? Symbolize two families becoming one. That sounds kind of cool.
The best bread for you.
Seeing markets in
Thanks
Cyprus
for
becoming
watching.
commercialized and
remember-
essentially becoming malls. That sucks. I hear that so much. Hey, Sophie, what's going on? Can I get a shout out for Sophie as well, please? Actually, you just go in. Don't worry about it. Let me do it. There you go, Sophie. How's it going, lovely? Beautiful, gorgeous, sweet Sophie. I was watching Sophie stream yesterday when she was playing the Forgotten City. Very, very good. All right, then, Menace. Thank you so much for being here. Take it easy. Too warm, too gay. Yeah, that's a mood. Although I'm not that warm because I'm up north. So I'm winning in that regard. Sorry to hear it. But that was a fucking great video. And we're going to check out now because... So I love that people were in this discussion. I love that people were already like having discussions about like, okay, like what are the two main staple foods? Bread and rice, right? Because we are gonna now check out a video where they make a bunch of rice as well. So what? Here we go.
Weighing 350 kilograms.
So we saw. Oh fucking hell! Oh my god, what's happening? What's fucking happening? Jesus Christ.
Weighing 350 kilograms.
All right. So we just saw how to make a bunch of fucking bread. It's not that hard. Very easy to do. Basically, what I'm trying to tell you is the reason that I'm showing you these videos, chat, is because I want to get it I want to just get the idea in your head that cooking for a lot of people is not that hard. Because it isn't. Right? That's the idea. That's the idea. That's what I'm doing here. So now we're going to check out how people make, again in Uzbekistan, 350 kilo batches of pilaf rice. Pilaf rice. So let's check this out.
Kilograms. This is one of the largest rice pilafs in the world.
I feel like we're disrespecting beans here. Beans are great. Beans are a good bunch of solid foods. That's true. Decided them misulite cakes to grow some pink oyster mushrooms at home. Hell yeah. And that's the start of it, gang, as well. That's the fucking start of it. Trying to realize how to grow food on your own at home. Incredibly, incredibly rewarding. If you're ADHD, my advice is to not try this because I've tried to keep plants and specifically basil plants and pak choi before, and because I got ADHD, not a great time. So don't hurt yourself. Maybe don't do that. And I've resigned myself to that. But yeah, just yeah. This is what our neurotypical friends and potentially autistic friends can do for us in return in our community, right? Beans are a magical fruit. Oh my god. The more you grow, the less you need to buy. That's true. To have the one plant and it's not dead yet. Wish you luck. I'm wishing you the best of luck. I'm wishing you the best of luck, Dave.
Locally known as plov, it is the national dish of Uzbekistan. It is enjoyed year-round as a weekday meal.
Okay, so the first thing we're going to need on the Commune gang, right? Massive fucking wok. You've got ADHD tips for plants, Muel? Oh, hit me up, Goblin. Yeah, you know I need that shit. First thing we need on the Commune gang, 20-foot wok. Massive fucking wok. Just one of them. That's it.
And prepared on huge scales for weddings and holidays. Its popularity and ubiquity across Uzbekistan cannot be overstated. It is so beloved that
4 tandoors and like one of these things, exactly, yeah.
Nearly 3,000 people come to Biesh Kazan Pilaf Center in Tashkent to have it for lunch every day.
oshda ham odam ya'ni me'dasiga tegmaydigan taom bo'lgani uchun ham
We visited Biesh Kazan to see what it takes to make such
I
big.
love seeing Muel independently invent the conquest of bread. Listen, I've never fucking read that shit. I don't fucking know. I just know that like these are things that I look. Right, I don't give a fuck, right? Do I look like I care about old dead, whatever his name is, right? I don't give a shit. The reason I'm doing this is because, for me, that's what I'm saying, babe, this whips. Right. No, I'm not upset by what you said or anything, but like, it's like, I'm trying to like push people to like, think about this practically, right? Just like shove that brain into the practical sphere of how to do this in real life. Because even if you've read it, it's one thing to read it and go, that sounds like a nice idea, but also put these together in your head. Put these ideas together in your head and go, oh, wow, look, there's like a guy doing it right there. Kaprokin's ideas just make so much sense and you're so base that you meet in the middle. Exactly, that's what I'm saying, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Good thing we saved the beard so Muel can go full Kropotkin, yeah. That's what's going on. Commune chairman Muel slaps lid of wok. This bad boy can feed so many commies. Listen, don't be making... I'm not going to be... You know I'm an anarchist. There's going to be no chairman or chair people. Not happening. Big food, big love. Exactly.
Making plow on this scale begins the night before. Workers start by peeling and cutting 100 kilograms of carrots and placing them in
carrots that are not orange. Mostly, did you know this? The chat? How many people in chat knew this? Okay. There's 3 million square feet in Scotland for 900 grand. That's a lot of fucking space, you know? Do we need that? Also, is that arable? Is that land arable? The chairman's just the guy that chests the chairs. Yeah, okay, that's fair enough, yeah. You sure as shit didn't know that? That's right. Yeah, most carrots are not actually orange. And the reason that they're orange is because of the commodification and the genetic... Is it? The genetic modification in order to make carrots more appealing to people. That was what it was all about. Because if you get like a weird purple carrot, people are going to be like, oh, I'm not buying that. You know? Capitalism fucked with carrots so much. And shit like that. You love the violet ones? Yo, good night, Gillespie. Thank you for being here. The gamer chairman. Oh, I can smell that guy from here.
Into large buckets. In the morning, Master Chef Mirko Mill, who has been making this dish for 20 years, starts cutting 100 kilograms of mutton.
This guy is a master chef. I want to see him on Master Chef. Forget the show Master Chef. It's this guy.
oshpazlik ishi endi hamma ishni o'ziga yarasha mashaqqati bor. Men uchun lekin men o'zim shu narsaga qiziqqanim uchun unaqa qiyin bo'lmasa kerak deb o'ylayman.
He then ties the chunks
Yeah,
of
you'll
meat
never see a guy like this on Master Chef, right?
together. Tying the meat helps ensure it stays tender during the cooking.
Also, like, I want to talk about... Oh, that's, like, such a good point. Like, I'm so glad that they said the word Master Chef. Because I want to, like... Okay, I don't want to have this, like, raw meat on the screen for anyone who's, like, a little bit, like, squeamish about that. And vegans and... But, like, I'm so glad that they said Master Chef. Because that's, like, another good point about the commodification of food, right? Like, people say that you can't be, like, a chef... unless you know how to, like, cook, like, the most exquisite dishes. You know, like filet mignon and like all this nonsense and shit. Whereas like the most based food that's like extremely easy to make and extremely good and good for you as well is just like, you know, protein and veg. It's just protein and veg and rice. And you can make that so tasty and it doesn't even take a lot of work. You know what I mean? It's like that idea that you can't be like a good chef and you're not like allowed to feed people unless you know how to like, you know, cut up a blowfish and make sushi out of it and not kill people. That's such an absurd idea. Like, it's so bougie and like ridiculous, isn't it? You know? Anyway, let's go back to this.
Process and prevents it from.
And it's also way more nutritious. It's classist as well, yeah.
Just
well, yeah, I was trying to imply that with the word bougie, but yeah, it's classist, yeah.
Preparing these ingredients takes 3 hours. While the meat is being prepared, a large cast iron cauldron called a kazan is preheated and filled with 40 liters of sunflower oil. In Uzbekistan, it's said that the best tasting pilavs are the oiliest. Once warm, those chunks of beef and mutton are slid into the center of the kazan and cooked until golden brown.
They're waiting for ballroom bomber? Wait, what is that? Greens
When
and
the beef
beans,
has
extremely
browned,
yum, yeah.
Chefs work together to lift and dump 100 kilograms of cut carrots into the center, along with onions.
Oh shit, that's awesome, Liz. I didn't even know about that. I didn't know you were having to live in a hotel. Yeah, that's super cool. Fucking happy for you.
This blend of carrots and onions is known as zirvak and is the general base for all pilav. This base is similar to sofrito in Italy and mirepoix in France.
Hell yeah.
Pilav recipes used to include spinach, chestnuts, beans, and dried fruits, but most of these ingredients have been substituted. At biesh kazan, soft raisins, garbanzo beans, dried barberries, and water are added.
Now, that shit, seasoned well in that oil, is gonna taste so fucking good. The classism of cooking always reminds me of the classism of ballroom dancing. Oh, yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely fucking right, honestly. Yeah, defo. Hey, Sean and G, how you doing? What's going on? The song Golden Brown
After
plays?
about
Yeah,
30 minutes,
that's the first thing I thought, Master, as well. Yeah, like, heroin food? Oh my god.
100 kilograms of a local long-grain laser rice is added and covered by large metal plates.
Listen, here's a super interesting thing, right? Here's a super interesting thing about rice. Most people, when they think about rice, they think like, okay, you gotta like boil it to cook it, right? You just leave that shit in water overnight. If you don't have time to cook it, make sure you wash it first. But a lot of Middle Eastern people will literally just like leave rice in water overnight. And that's it. The rice is done. Salt it a little bit. That's it. Boom. Rice. Done. Then stick it in a fucking pan.
Which helps steam the rice. Unlike many Middle Eastern pilavs,
Overnight oats for dinner. That's right, baby.
The steamed rice in pilav is crumbly, soft, and airy.
Or in milk? Oh, why you gotta make it weird? Oh, God.
But achieving this texture and making sure...
I have cold oatmeal every day. For the people who are talking overnight oats. I have cold oatmeal every day. Just fucking literally, like, get a bit of juice. Sometimes I juice my own. Like, I've got a bunch of limes and lemons and mangoes and oranges in there. You don't like milk? I don't like cow's milk, and I especially don't like milk and rice. Yeah, rice pudding. Yeah, I know that's what you were getting at. I know that's what you were getting at. Ew. Fucking rice pudding. More like fucking chunder. Anyway, yeah, coconut milk. If it was coconut milk, I'd give it a try, actually, probably. Yeah. In terms of commune food, I can make giant batches of ramen because I spent lockdown learning how to make it entirely from scratch. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, that's what I said. My own juice, yeah. I make my own juice. Limes, lemons, mangoes, oranges. Hell yeah.
Sure the rice doesn't stick together is difficult.
Yeah, you would need a massive spatula.
Eng qiyin joylar shu suv bilan shu olovni yoqish deb bilsam kerak shu oshni. Guruchimiz qancha suv yeydi.
Oh, I think they're like
olovni qanaqada yoqish kerak tagiga olib ketmaydimi? Shu narsa deb o'ylayman.
Oh, so they are like putting water in the rice here as well.
When the
soy
rice
milk?
is
Nah, I don't have soy milk. I have oat milk. I'm actually intolerant to soy.
done, the steaming plates are removed and the rice is fluffed into the mix. The entire cooking process takes around 6 hours and is a labor of love.
Taom odamlarga bir
Rice milk on rice. I think just like having water in rice is how you make rice milk.
yaxshi osh qilib bir odamlarga osh yedirib oshing shirin bo'libdi yoki shuni o'zi
I don't make my own oat milk. Yeah, Conrad says it's easy.
Naqa.
I want to hear how to make oat milk.
Qiziqish.
You make
Once
large
mixed,
amounts of Mexican
generous
food for the
portions of
commune.
plov
Oh, hell yeah.
are loaded onto plates. In Uzbekistan, there are over 120 recipes for plov that use some combination of meat,
Joke about Muel being a
vegetables,
chad because
salad,
he's
and
intolerant to
raisins.
soy. Some of the biggest chads are vegan as fuck. That's what you gotta
Plov in
remember, Chad.
Uzbekistan is typically served with a fresh
Chad
tomato
is just a mindset, a Sigma mindset.
and crispy onion salad, but there are plenty of other condiments and toppings you can add.
So that's it. You could just do it. You just need a big wok, and that's it.
Oshni endi bezashu har xil bedana tuxum, qazi, qartala, bexila qo'yib yesangiz, qo'shib yesangiz bo'ladi.
And everyone has their own part they enjoy the most.
Oshni eng yeyishli qismi paylari, ilili suyalarini solib beradi.
O'sha sabzili, chiroyli go'shtlarni ham titilib turadigan osh eng yaxshi osh hisoblanadi-da. Umuman hamma osh o'zi zo'r osh. O'zbeklarimiz juda ham yaxshi shirin tayyorlashadi.
I always thought like quince was like such a weird name for a food. It's like a name. It's like calling a food like Steven or something, you know?
Each plate costs around $1 to $2. And while plov is now a relatively
Horse meat,
cheap
Tesco is shaking right now. You know what's like absolutely, you know what's ridiculous? Vegans must have been so mad when everybody was popping off about horse meat in Tesco burgers. Because like, it's just like a different animal. Like it's like, it's still an animal. You know, you're still killing an animal. It's just like, yeah, you just like calling, you're still killing animals, like no matter what kind of fucking burger you have in it. Like so fucking ridiculous. Quince is good. Wants $2 for a proper good dinner. Yeah, that's the thing. It doesn't have to cost any money, right? Hey Petra, what's going on? Oh my god, you're vegan? Clancy fruits, that's right. Yeah, this owns so hard.
an ubiquitous meal in Uzbekistan, it wasn't always this way. Up until the 1930s, plov was mostly eaten by wealthy families and reserved for special occasions like holidays and weddings for everyone else.
Okay, that's wild. That's absolutely wild. This is like a thing that happened with lobster as well, right? Like, but the other way around. Like, lobster used to be like a working class food, and now it's like been elevated to like, oh my god, no. But like, that's crazy that they would say that like just like rice and veg is a posh food. Like just rice and veg. That's mad to me. I can't get my head around that.
Today, many Uzbeks eat plov 3 to 4 times a week and sometimes skip the meat altogether.
Yeyman haftasiga bir martami, ikki martami. Biz endi shuni ichida bo'lgan o'ziga uncha osh anaqa qilmaymiz.
Plov is adopted from the
The
Farsi
common man
word
could hardly afford a 20-foot wok mule. That's right. But 100 common men could totally afford it.
polo and akin to the Turkish word pilaf. The first known recipe of plov is believed to come from 13th century Persia, where it was adapted from a barley dish that used similar ingredients. Legend has it that Alexander the Great was fed plov after he conquered modern-day Samarkand.
And he's gay, so that makes it even more based.
He apparently loved the dish so much that he brought the recipe back to Macedonia.
My brain was just like working on overtime just then, and I was thinking like, he loved it so much he fucked it.
By the 15th century, several styles of pilaf had established themselves in Central Asia, India,
and now I'm literally thinking about Alexander the Great just like pounding a plate of pilaf. Like I can't get that image out of my head.
And the Caribbean, where they remain a staple.
Pounding it.
While it's now a more common meal, plov
burning his cock off
is still the preferred dish for Uzbek weddings.
Why am I like this?
During weddings, guests generally help
ploving it. That's right, Lyra.
Prepare the meal for everyone on a similar scale to biesh kazan.
Yeah, rice and veg is what my poor redneck family made when they couldn't make ends meet. That's literally what I made. That's literally what I still make.
Hello, my old chum.
Literally what I still make.
Croissants.
I'm like, yeah, I used to make that when I was poor, and then I was like, oh, I'm still poor, and I still make that.
On much smaller scales were first introduced by Turkish nomads, and are now just as common in Central Asia as a frying pan is.
Donate to me. Sub off Twitch. Give me money. Come on. Please, Muel. We all thought about fucking the rice. Okay, that's fair enough. He's satirical. Yeah, Alexander Rice Stick the Great. That's right. That's how we knew him, yeah.
In the West. While household croissants aren't as large, they can typically feed 12 to 15 people. And
so, like, that's like a household croissant. Hold up. So this is interesting. Now they're talking about the size of the wok and shit, right?
During weddings, guests generally help prepare the meal for everyone on a similar scale to biesh kazan. Croissants on much smaller scales were first introduced by Turkish nomads and are now just as common in Central Asia as a frying pan is in the West.
Oh, hell yeah.
While household croissants aren't as large, they can typically feed 12 to 15 people.
Oh,
and many
hell
families
yeah.
have at least one larger croissant to feed large groups of guests.
Oh, hell yeah.
Despite countless varieties of plov, Besh Kozan Pilaf Center in Tashkent draws a faithful crowd.
Tez kelib turamiz. Toshkentga har safar keladigan bo'lsak, doimiy keladigan bo'lsak, doimiy shu 5 qozonni oshini yegani kelamiz. Shu ochilgandan beri shu joyi biz ashaddiy klientimiz desak ham bo'laveradi.
Whether you call it plov, pilaf or pilau, the core ingredients of this time-honored dish revolve around rice. And the one served at biesh kozan is the ultimate sign of the good life in Uzbekistan.
This is so good. This is so fucking good. I love this shit. This whips. Like, just how to feed a bunch of people all at once. Right. What time are we on? I've got 20 minutes left of the stream, so I really want to show you this guy's video. And he doesn't like talk too much. And he doesn't really talk that loud or anything. Oh, why does it do that? Fuck off!
We will see.
God damn it. I do want to watch this video, by the way, about how the crack era changed Black America forever. But
hi everyone.
This is the one I want to watch. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. This is a guy, he made himself a gaff off grid for about 8 grand. And this is really cool. Like, again, chat, this is another like visualizing exercise where I want you to go, oh, okay, that could be doable. Like, it's not impossible to do this, right? It's like the food thing. It's like the, you know, we were talking about like sustainable off-grid stuff, you know? Is it actually okay to do this everywhere outside? You're going to have to expand on what you mean by that question. I mean bugs and flies. Wait, what do you want? What do you mean, like cooking? Is that what you're talking about? So yeah, just think about that in terms of this. At what point in time do we just fucking start a commune? I'm not going to be starting a commune from my Twitch chat. You could be... Listen, I'm going to get that out of everybody's head immediately because we all know, you know, the problematic connotations of that. Not a good idea. I don't want to be like on Twitch being like, yo, join my commune. I'm streaming from my commune right now. Come and join. Excuse me. What are you on about? Why are you sat there at home? You could just come here and live here for free. We're building houses for you. There's so much problematic stuff related to that. But yeah. Okay. I don't know if there's a content warning for this. This is just like some pretty wholesome content, so I don't think there's a content warning for this. So let's go. Let's check this out. This is this guy's story about how he started a life off grid, and he's been doing this for 5 years. Oh yeah.
Chris Harbour. About 6 years ago, I bought a piece of agricultural land, 18.5 acres to be exact.
Right, I don't know what that means for dick. What does that mean? Can anyone like visualize that for me? 18.5 acres. Maybe kilometers squared. Okay, so it's not even a square kilometer. It's a little bit, but like a square kilometer is quite big anyway. It's big. When we Twitch chatters create our own commune, we won't invite you. Okay, that's fair enough. I don't blame you. It's about 7 hectares. What does that mean? What does that mean? What's a fucking hectare? An acre is 1 chain by a furlong. What does that mean? 2 IKEA parking lots. Thank you. There you go. Couple footy fields. Is it actually? Yeah, I think it is. I think it is.
With the intention of turning it into a sustainable off-grid small holding. I built this house, which I've now been living in for 5 years.
Cubits.
And I thought it'd be nice to just show all of the different...
That's a rare one. That's a rare unit of measurement. A cubit. Didn't we remember what a cubit is? Isn't that like the length from your finger to your thumb, or is that like this to this? Like your wrist to your elbow, right? I don't know. Furlong is 40 rods.
Things that I've built in the last 5 years, and how far we've come from
about 13 football fields. Fair enough.
A field where I was staying in a tent to having a house, workshop, greenhouse, garden, and varying other things. It has been a huge improvement on my life generally. My well-being is far greater than it ever was before. Mental health, my physical health, and my abilities have increased massively since I built even this house here. So I thought...
So just listen to that, chat. I know that we're all making jokes about ancient forms of measurement now, but listen to what he said. I'm going to play that again because I just want to drive home how much, as humans, we have a affinity with the land, right? And I'm not like trying to appropriate indigenous culture here by saying this or anything like that, but it's a fact. It's a fact. Every single one of us does. And we're alienated from that all the time by being born in these boxes and living in these boxes. And just by this guy getting out here and building this house, here's what he says about it.
It has been a huge improvement on my life generally. My well-being is far greater than it ever was before. Mental health, my physical health, and my abilities have increased massively since I built even this house here. So I thought I'd give a general overview and tour of all those things. So let's get going.
And this guy is just like, I loved this and it was really good for me. So I'm going to tell you how I did it because I think it's a great idea. I want to share it, you know?
So this is the house from outside. It's the first thing I built. It's mostly round with like a square porch on the front for taking your shoes off and stuff. It has a roundwood timber frame and a reciprocal roundwood roof. It has cordwood walls.
Right, now look at this. Already, this is not your typical commodified building. So, like, the guy's got fucking grass for a roof.
On the front for taking your shoes off and stuff. It has a roundwood timber frame and a reciprocal round.
Look at that. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like logs. Like lengths of log. And it's like a foundation of, what does he say the foundation is?
Roundwood roof. It has cordwood walls that sit on a gravel bag foundation and
gravel bag foundation, right? Okay.
Some stone, and obviously a turf roof. The wood was all mostly.
So what he's done there is he's like, so instead of using bricks, he's used like a bunch of wood, and personally, I'm a bit like, I don't know, you know what I mean? It's like we don't really want to be cutting down any more trees or anything like that. So you could easily just like, I don't know, use something else for the walls, right?
Stone, and obviously a turf roof. The wood was all mostly free. I didn't pay much for it. Just
imagine an entire village of these. Yeah, right. I've gone fully communalist in the last half an hour, I swear to God. That's what I want. I want people to be thinking like that. It's not even a thatch roof. It's living turf. It's living turf. That's just grass growing on his roof. There's probably bugs in that and shit.
Some of the roundwood poles that the frame are made of. Everything else was offcuts. And the binder between the logs.
You could cut branches and let the tree grow. That is a technique, isn't it? What is that called? We learned about that with Mark. You could dry build stone walls. Cob, yep. Eco bricks. There you go. There's all sorts of different solutions for this, right? You know? You're tired? You just tried to unpause my video? I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Pollarding and coppicing. Yes, those two techniques, yeah. Yeah.
It's just clay sand.
You know who talked about that? Andrewism. I've done some joinery before. We got this, fam. And you were sat there saying, I don't know shit before. You were sat there saying, I don't know shit before. How am I going to help on the commune? I don't know anything. I'm just make a bike work. And now you're like, I've done joinery. You've done fucking joinery. I've never done joinery. My granddad was a carpenter and had two-story house. Granted, it wasn't as based as this house, but still, that's fucking sick. Cob housing in Devon is traditional Devon. Oh my God, that's cool.
And straw, which is known as cob. So the entire building cost approximately £3,000 to make. So it was incredibly cheap, and which was needed because at the time I didn't have any money at all.
£3,000 to make this house, the entirety of it. The fucking entirety of this gaff was $3,000, right? Most people don't save money for like multiple reasons under capitalism, right? One of the main reasons that people don't save money, and I think this is like a huge, like, privileged millennial thing in the imperial core, but like most people are like, how am I ever going to save 57 grand for a deposit? You know, we were talking about house deposit before. How am I ever going to save 57 grand? $3,000, however, is a lot more achievable. And if you're going to buy a bit of land, it's not going to cost as much as a house. It's going to be a lot cheaper as well. It's a lot more achievable, right?
So it was built very much to that cost of how much I had, which was basically nothing.
And if you're literally like talking about, okay. Yeah, and rent as well, like intense rent crisis. Like, so yeah, what I'm talking about is like people who would have the means to save money, but choose not to because the prospect of it is too much. Right? You have to spend a lot of money to keep the gnomes out. But then there's obviously the other societal factors that means that people aren't able to save money. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Petra. Rent too. You know, not having a job that pays well and stuff like that, right? And I guess what I'm thinking of in general, yeah, deposit costs 57k, hot chip costs £2. Right, exactly. I'll just have hot chip for tea instead. What I'm thinking of in general is like, okay, if we get like if there's like a group of people who are going to get together, a group of millennials who are like, we need to own our own house, we can save up and buy this land, live on it together, build on it together, make our own energy on it together, farm on it together, and there you go, boom. We've escaped the rat race, right?
I was using the money that I was getting from filming it.
Right, capitalism needs mortgages to keep the economy going. This is the thing. This is the thing. They're desperate to get people buying mortgages and shit. They're desperate for that shit.
At the time, to buy the things I needed. But like I say, it was only around £3,000. It's built on like a log foundation that sits on top of the ground on some tyres and gravel bags. And
there it is. There's the foundation. And recycled tyres, by the way. Tyres, one of the most, perplexing ideas for like shit. What do we do with all the tyres? They don't biodegrade or anything like that. Use them as foundations for houses on the commune.
It's all everything I did by hand. Well, basically just with a chainsaw and hand tools. And it took me around about a year to build. And it was, I was working at the time and going backwards and forwards from London at the time, because that's where I came from. So that's why it took so long. But it's actually about 6 months work, mostly alone. And I've been living it.
6 months! 6 months. If you don't have a job, 6 months. You know what I mean? Obviously, not everyone's going to have the privilege of not having a job. But it's just like, if that's the actual labor time it goes into, that's crazy. I remember seeing this thing a while ago about tires being really good for building insulated walls. That's interesting, yeah. We could build one of those in a week together. Exactly. Imagine what you could do with people, with more labor working together. You know?
Now for 5 years, and it's excellent. It's never been built, it's designed to be a permanent house that's going to be here forever. It's going to rot at some point. It's not a house for a lifetime. But I built it with the intention of it lasting around 30 years. So all of the wood is durable, naturally durable, and has a...
30 years. And here's the thing, gang. Even if you build a durable house that is supposed to be built, last a lifetime or anything like that, people just knock that shit down anyway because it ends up looking ugly or it doesn't fit with the with how people want the aesthetic to look at the time. 30 years is enough time to raise a fucking family. You know? That's crazy.
A long life in it without treatment and stuff, but I do still maintain and treat it.
Like I've watched this video before when I was like, really tired and it was like 3 a.m. or something. I just stuck it on. And I've seen it before, so I've seen a lot of this before, but when I watched it, I just remember thinking like, oh my God, this is like, I started thinking this is my way out of the rat race, right? 30 years and then it just returns to the earth anyway. Exactly, Nils.
I'll show you around.
You know?
So as I walk up to the house, this is what I see.
"30 years is enough time to raise a 30-year-old that can make a new house." Exactly. Except the tires, but you can just reuse them. Exactly. And look at this little gaff. This is so cute. This is so wonderful.
House is raised up off the floor. And it has the reciprocal spiraled roof with a window in the middle. We have a small kitchen.
He has a harp. Oh, a harp.
Stove.
That's his partner's.
On the right-hand side.
So, like, enough energy for a microwave. That means you've probably got enough energy for, like, an induction hob. Right? I don't know why this guy doesn't have an induction hob. Like, I would probably be like, yeah, I want an induction hob. Oh, he's got an electric hob on top of the microwave. What the fuck? I've never seen that before. Oh, it's not even a microwave. It's an oven. It's an electric oven hob combo. It is an oven. You're right. It's an oven. I was wrong. I thought it was a microwave.
And hot water, which is heated via the wood stove. I have
the hot water heated by the wood stove is the main thing I have an issue with.
My desk at the back, which I do my editing from.
Literally went to view a flat today that is smaller than this. This is looking so appealing right now. Right. Exactly. Yeah, little wee stove. It's cute.
Running my work.
Induction is shit for cooking. I cook on induction all the time. It's fine.
Around the side, mostly Dot's area. She has her hearth,
Literally
and her spinning
fine.
wheel, and where she keeps her clothes and things. We have like this mezzanine floor up here where we sleep.
This
And
is so cute.
behind me is the porch area.
This is so cute.
Where we take off our shoes and stuff. So, and we also have a bath in the side, on the left-hand side there, and it's an open bath, so it's quite communal. But that's okay because it's only.
But then look, like I can't get over how base this guy is, right? I don't like the white Bob Marley picture in the background. I think it's a bit weird. I think that's the only problematic thing that I have about this guy. Like, picture of Bob Marley, cool, but like, why is his skin white? Anyway, but like, just the back, like, get rid of all these societal ideas that like a bath has to be like in a private area, right? Fuck all that shit. Fuck all that shit. Just like bath in the fucking living room. Who cares? Right? Who cares? You know? You don't hack down full trees for fuel? Oh, okay. Careful about your wood collection. Yeah, see, this is like, I don't know much about this. It just makes me think anything where it's like cutting down trees, I'm like, oh, I don't want to do it. You know? The only problem I have with induction, if you spill anything on it, it turns the hob off. I've never had that issue. That's probably the manufacturing company. You know? Yeah, and it's not like it's difficult to add some privacy. You could just like knock up a fucking what do you call it? A thingy. Maybe it's just my Zanussi. Listen, I don't want you talking about your Zanussi in the chat. That's a bit TMI, you know what I mean? A divider, that's what I'm thinking. Yeah. You couldn't bathe community like that? That's fine. Whoa! Oh, Sophie! With the £20. Sophie, thank you so much for subbing off Twitch, and thank you so much for giving me £20. Supporting the stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you. Logging is not universally bad. Well, yeah, it's that shit before that we were talking about, pollarding, coppicing, shit like that. Yeah.
Me and Dot. And that is the area, the square area on the
Scandinavia have mastered logging sustainably. What the fuck?
Where we take off our shoes.
Crazy. But this is so cute. Like, who needs a gaff bigger than this? You don't need a gaff bigger than that. Unless you've got, like, loads of kids. If it's just you and your partner, little gaff like that, fucking lovely. Bob's your uncle, Fanny's your aunt. Charles Darwin on the fridge, yeah.
The house is completely off-grid. It's powered by solar and hydro. And we don't use any gas or anything like that. We cook on the wood stove and use the electric cooker for when...
I feel like this guy is, like, an actual hobbit.
We have plenty of solar power or hydroelectric power. And it's
if you have kids, each kid could get their own tiny hut. That's so cute.
Very lovely, very cozy place to be.
Get out into your hut. It's hut time instead of bedtime. Go to your hut.
And we shall be living in here for at least another 5 years yet until I build another house. So that's the house. The next thing I built was a shed to house all of the power situation, because when I built this I just had some batteries in the corner and a small inverter.
Worth pointing out that Hobbit Home's actual mansion's just underground. Yeah, good point. He's not an actual Hobbit. Yeah, he's not an actual Hobbit. Yeah, this is literally the world we should work toward. Yeah. You're 5 now. Build your hut. That'll be yours for the next 30 years. I personally do need a bit more space. I've lived in a space this small before and it fucked with my mental health. Yeah, but did you have access to like a massive fucking field outside as well as your gaff? You know? Was it like the fact that you had like neighbors that were like fucking with you and shit? And like, you know, you couldn't just like go outside and like get away from it all and stuff. I feel like living in a space like this, it's going to be totally different from living in like a tiny flat or something like this. Do you know what I mean? I feel like it's going to be completely different. Like, you know, obviously there are like things that we would have to consider if that is like a legitimate, if living like this is not gonna, help your mental health. You're right. We can always make accommodations for space if people do need space. Like me personally, I'd be so down for living in this little gaff, especially knowing that there is so much space outside. Like that, to me, that is like, oh my God, like the whole fucking like, the whole fucking like, however many acres it is, 18.5 acres and shit,
So the next thing I built was a shed to put all that stuff in and to keep everything away from the house.
This is decadent.
In here we have normal 240 volt power, as if it's just a normal house. There's no 24 volt or anything like that in here. We just have normal plugs. We switch things on as you would normally in a house.
So this is the point that I was trying to make, where someone in the chat was saying like, oh, I need like a lot of, I think it was Gumba Master being like, oh, I need a lot of like modern cons to survive and shit. It's like, yeah, this gaff is literally, you could just plug anything in like you normally would. That's what I mean. He's looking like a hobbit. That's what I'm saying, Gree. He's looking like a hobbit. Iceland has these amazing traditional houses where they roll huge bits of turf over the top of 2-story houses. Yeah, I heard of that. Yeah. Does this guy want to be part of the commune? Let's get him in. Let's get him involved. I think we could commie pill this guy easily. He's already halfway there.
All of the batteries and 24 volt stuff and solar and everything is out in the shed, which I'll show you now. So the next thing I built is
huts with multiple levels. I agree, Ludo. Yeah. See, this is why instead of just this conversation about like, oh, we should all like buy land and build a hut together, right? We do have to make space for the argument where it's like, okay, what about multi-layered buildings that already exist? People are just going to end up squatting those anyway. So within those communes, there's ways that you could use that to your advantage instead of that. Or even, well, I don't know, you say buy a high rise, and that's like, well, think about the how many 57Ks we're going to have to like, come up with for that. Right. But this is why I'm talking about squatting. You're right. Yeah. Buy a high rise. I mean, obviously I'm not condoning squatting and shit like that, but yeah. I did have a decent amount of natural space. Having upstairs neighbors was downside, but it did feel like you were suffocating in a space that small. Well, in that case, that's where we would come up with accommodations for people, who have that similar feeling about spaces that small. There's nothing wrong with that, I don't think, The fun stuff is rewilding suburbs. Yeah, I agree. Come into possession of a high-rise, right? Yeah. In terms of accessibility, you got to think about wheelchairs. You got to think about sightless people. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. This is another thing that we have to think about as well, which is why the voices of disabled comrades are so important. And we need to like get them involved in discussions like this, right? Like, how are you going to get a wheelchair down like a dirt road? You do need a car for that. There is going to be like a certain amount of carriage that people are going to need.
Is this small shed. Again, it's a round wood frame and built for basically almost nothing. It's built from ash wood that we cut down from the trees that are directly behind it. And I got the cladding for very cheap. Hardly anything at all, and I built this to put my tools in and to house all of the power and everything. It's where all the solar and the hydroelectric comes into and where all the batteries are. So it's a roundwood frame, cladded. It's a bit messy in here because it's been used as a storage a lot now, and I'm building a new workshop at the moment to put all the stuff in. But I've built all my
okay, like, listen, there's a reason that I appreciate what you're saying, Rob, but there's a reason why I'm saying, like, these things are going to happen rather than encouraging my chat to do them. Like, we cannot be making jokes or saying, yo, go out and commit crime because you're going to get people banned. It's all right. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But, like, don't be doing that. I'm less mad about shit like that than people saying, like, oh, go out and punch a Nazi because... well, for reasons, whatever, but, like, you know what I mean? It's like, whatever. Like, these things are just going to happen. But here on my Twitch channel, I disavow them. Nothing to do with me. I'm not telling people to go out and do them. But they will happen.
Metalwork projects from in here. And it served me very well. And it's also housed all of our internet and... all of our power, which I'll show you now.
So this is the power thing. This is the power thing, right? check this out, right?
So this is my power setup. It's in a constant state of evolving and changing. It's going to get upgraded soon to lithium.
And so, this is the thing that I love about this video more than anything, right? I love this because when people think about, like, power and, like, how do we get electric, right? How do we get power? How do we get electric? Most people think, oh, that's like a super complicated thing. Like, you know, you're going to need, like, really high-tech shit. Look how ragtag this guy's got his shit set up in the background. Look at it all. It's all fucking... Look at this shit.
In batteries, but it's the main source of power, the main storage.
He's just got like one big board and he's like nailed a couple of things to it that you need. It's just about learning basic wiring. That's all it is, you know?
Is a large forklift battery, which is second hand.
There you go, large forklift batteries, second hand. So you don't need to fucking like get lithium from a, you know, whatever you call it, like, you know, from an exploited worker in the Imperial periphery, you know?
And in need of sorting out, really, because it's losing...
This looks like a fire hazard to me, but I don't really know what I'm talking about. Well, that's the thing, right? That's not ragtag, honestly. I've seen worse by professionals. No, you know what I'm saying, though. Do you know what I mean? It's not this, like, uber high-tech building that you would need, like, you know, advanced engineering knowledge to know, right? That's what I'm getting at, right? And also, that's another thing, like, when you talk about professionals and they've done worse work than this, like, that is legit, like, how capitalism operates. You just, like, go into places and do things, right?
Capacity. I've got hydroelectric that comes in here. I have my hydroelectric control, so I can change my nozzles, and that's all connected to the internet. I have...
connected to the internet.
Breakers and stuff, the roundhouse and a breaker.
Right, that is it, Lena. Yeah, you're right. A lot of the problems stem from people thinking you have to make everything from scratch and you can just get used stuff. That's right.
For the workshop that I'll show you later, 2 solar charge controllers from 2 strings of solar panels. All my stuff was secondhand and bought just here and there off eBay and stuff, so nothing matches.
I've seen a server room where the air conditioning is suspended with 2 ropes.
And I just use what I've got, so that's why there's 2 controllers. But yeah, it's actually not that complicated.
Like, if this is a fire hazard, I don't want to know what the back of my streaming setup is. There's a reason you only see, like, this part of the camera, gang. You don't want to see what's going on under there. You don't want to see it.
We just have 2 kilowatts of solar and the hydroelectric system, which runs for about 7 months of the year and produces around
for real,
10
my desktop is a fire hazard.
Of energy per day. In the winter, that's our main source of power.
Like my dad was a spark, an auto electrician, like electrician for cars specifically, and the way that he put it to me is like, as long as everything is wired correctly and nothing is damaged, you're gonna be absolutely fine, right?
In the winter, and the solar is our main source of power.
My mum's inherited cooking devices are decades old and still function and way better than the newer stuff. Yeah, planned obsolescence is a thing. Planned obsolescence is so bad. Also, hi Smutty Baby Yaga, welcome back.
And it all comes into here and then is diverted off down the hill to the roundhouse and up the hill to the new workshop. I will show you the hydroelectric system now.
Right, I'm not going to show you the fucking workshop. And I imagine that you lot understand how solar panels work, right? It's literally like solar panel goes to a battery, maybe through a couple of converters, and then the battery goes to the mains in the house, right? That's how a solar panel works. Dead easy. Dead easy. But the hydroelectric shit is fucking cool as shit.
No, because it's quite cool. So this is where the hydroelectric power starts. This is the intake.
So he just has like a baby dam. It's just like a baby little dam.
The small dam, as you can see, there's not a lot of water there now. But come winter, this is raging torrent sometimes, and you know, a vast amount of water flows over here, average every day. So the water comes into this intake, and the leaves and stuff are cleaned off of it, and excess water, when flowing, brushes the...
You could do that, Chimera. I don't know how long you've been here, but this guy's bought his own land, so like, yeah, on your own land, you can just do whatever the fuck you want as long as it doesn't break the law, you know?
Leaves and self-cleans the intake screen. The water goes down this pipe, and as it moves downhill, it gains in pressure. The pipe is always full, And so as water leaves the bottom, more water is replaced at the top. So the water is always, the pipe is always filled to the brim. The water isn't flowing down the pipe, you know, like a stream. The pipe.
It is a dream life, this, isn't it, really? This is like the end game. This is where we want our kids to be. Like our kids' kids. Maybe us when they're old, right?
It's full and pressurized the whole time. This intake is around 18 to 19 meters above where the turbine is. And we flow full around 5.
This stuff right here is why I dream of owning a little land. Well, listen, I wanna try. Obviously, you're not in trouble or anything, right? I'm not gonna fucking ban you for this, and I don't want you to feel bad about what you said, because like, we are conditioned to think that this is, it's about owning land, right? But we got to get rid of the idea of owning land and private property, right? We should be thinking about this. At least if we're going to go out and build on land and farm there in a communal manner. We should at least be thinking about living on a bit of land like this and having these small little sustainable ways of living for everybody, for like a large amount of people, as many people as possible, right? That's what we should be thinking about. And that's why I'm trying to get people to think about this stuff today, essentially. I do have a Discord. Yeah, get yourself involved. Hey, Caitlin, what's going on?
Liters of water per second.
So it goes in here.
It all comes in here, it all starts here, and it goes off downhill. That's where we'll go now. So the now pressurized water has made its way from the intake down about 19 meters. And
when it comes to pressurizing water, I know that probably some of you are thinking, oh, that's a complicated plumber's term. No, that is just something that happens to water when it goes down a pipe. And you can like even play with this if you've got like a bit of tube or something like that, and you like put it in your tap at home, okay? It gets pressurized as it travels down the fucking pipe.
Now at nearly 30 psi of pressure.
That's just like what happens.
Coming down this pipe, and it enters into this small.
Depending on the size of the container.
It's a timber frame with cob walls and oak.
And with something like this is like whatever. You could just fucking, throw up one of these. It doesn't have to be like that. It just has to keep the rain out, right? That's the only important thing about this. It doesn't have to have like, anything special for like insulation, because no one's living in there, right?
Hand split oak shingle roof, which I built.
Little doghouse, isn't it?
Yeah. Hand tools.
Little fucking
hand
kennel.
tools, I think, actually. And for very little money, because it was basically all free again. And the water enters into there, and it goes into a manifold, and then splits out and powers the turbine. Let's show you that now.
So I don't really know what a manifold is. But I think a manifold is something that makes things bigger or something. I don't really know.
So here is the turbine. The turbine it's a turbo turbine, an impulse turbo. So the water sprays out of jets, hits into what look like spoons really, and that causes rotation in this permanent magnet.
A manifold is one pipe to many, so it's like a junction, right? Okay, got you. Thanks, Sean, and yeah. See, this is it. This is the benefit of knowing multiple people in it, right? This is the benefit of knowing multiple people. As I said before, it doesn't matter if you don't know everything, because someone will know. That's why we have to have faith in each other. That's why we have to have faith in our comrades.
Here on the top, it has 4 nozzles. 2 are manual at the moment. That's usually controlled by a motor. It's a spear valve, which means it's adjustable. There's 1 manual one at the back, which is just...
Did they explain how they got all this wood for free? The guy bought land. I don't know if you saw that. The guy bought land. Land has trees on it sometimes, innit? You know what I mean?
On and off. It's a fixed nozzle. And there's 2 that are actuated, that I can actuate on my phone or from the shed. It produces nearly 500 watts when it's running full flow, and 500 watts over the course of a 24-hour period results in approximately the same usage, so around 10 kilowatt hours, maybe a little bit more sometimes, as your average 3-bedroom house in the UK.
Average three-bedroom house in the UK means that he has got an overflow. He has got a surplus of energy. An extreme amount of energy that he does not need for himself and his partner.
So this, for 7 months a year, produces as much power as your average 3-bedroom house uses, which I think is quite amazing. But yeah, so that's what powers everything, the house.
So one of them, or yeah, you could build another hut or make a bigger one, and that could power like maybe 6 of those little huts. Do you know what I mean? Build like another 2 of these, and that's 6 huts.
Workshop, all my big tools and everything for 7 months of the year, and the solar for the rest of it.
And solar for the rest of it.
I'm sure a lot of you would like to see this running. I don't actually have enough water at the moment to sustain it, but it will turn on with what's in the pipe. So I'll just put the 2 manual nozzles on.
Build a bigger one of those, and it's a commune, yeah.
So there's one, that's the smallest one. There's the second one.
That's fucking sick. Music. Yeah. That's right.
Here on my
produces enough power to run a big house. And then, of course, he's got, like, these solar panels as well. The thing that you might notice immediately about these solar panels is that they aren't matching, right? And that's because he bought them all secondhand. You could just buy these fuckers secondhand. I don't even know how that works. I don't even know how that works. Like, who's getting rid of solar panels? Maybe they bought, like, an updated model or some shit. I don't fucking know. But the most of the year, this guy's running this shit on solar panel. And he says later on in the video that he never runs out of power. Never runs out of power. And I think that's absolutely fucking sick. Like, so dope. Yeah, they do go bad. Yeah, for sure. So, gang, we're ending the stream at 4 hours, 20 minutes. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here tonight. It's been great. It's been a great fun. It's been a great little thought exercise. People who are throwing up problems about, like, you know, what might go wrong and shit like that. I didn't want to be like, oh, you're being too negative or anything like that. I think it's good that you're throwing up problems about, like, how can we do this and shit like that. I want you to think. I want you to ruminate on what could go wrong, how this could possibly not work, and maybe how to get this working better in an urban environment. Because, of course, like, asking everybody to migrate to the countryside is just kind of, like, not, like, that doable. Do you know what I mean? So, thinking about that. Think about that, basically. I don't fucking know. Think about that. That's all I'm trying to say. It's a great stream. I love this kind of stuff. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I'm going to continue feverishly Googling container gardening. Yeah. Do it. So, we're going to raid somebody just because the party's over. It doesn't mean you have to go home, but you can't stay here. So let's take the bus. Thank you, Muel. Thank you, Cynthia. I need to find you some info on responsible wood harvesting. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. 4.9 out of 5 stream. The Wood Hobbit didn't have any goblin neighbors. Yeah, that did suck. I agree. Hit me up for gardening questions. There you go, Goblin Hugger. Get at him. Need to go watch a Doomerism video. Yes, Rob Arts makes a great point. Go and check out the socials command. Follow my YouTube channel. I'm going to be uploading 3 VODs to the VOD channel tonight, so you don't have to be without Muel content. There is so much fucking Muel content out there. Go and check out some of the VODs. Please go and subscribe to my actual YouTube channel, my main YouTube channel. That is the main one that's just DJ Muel. And we're going to raid someone. We are going to raid someone. Who are we going to... Oh my god, so many people live. Who? Thank you so much tonight for everybody who has subbed. Thank you so much to everybody who has rated, who has donated, who has followed. If you've been here just vibing in the chat, retweeting the Go Live tweet, and if you've been lurking, thank you so much, everybody, for hanging out. It's been an awesome stream. Let's have a little look. We are going to go and raid the delightful Quillightful, who you will know is a regular in our stream. So let's go raid him. There's the raid command. Oh, no, it's not. There's the raid command. If you've not got Egg Dog, there's the other raid command. Let's go check out Quill. Quill is playing The Sims 4, and they've called this Building a Werewolf versus Vampire House Lot in The Sims 4. So this is very good. This is very gay. Very excited for it. And I will see you tomorrow. Now, I'm not sure if we're going to get Foreign Man in a Foreign Land back on tomorrow. I know that we said that we would do that, but I've not confirmed that with him. So I'm going to speak to him, and maybe we'll get him on tomorrow. If we don't get him on tomorrow, then we are going to go and probably organize for it to be next Thursday. So if that's the case, I'll fill you in. I'll let you know in the Discord. I'll let you know in Twitter, or I'll just let you know in the stream here. But either way, I'll be streaming again tomorrow. So I'll see you tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other, everybody. And mwah. Peace, 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 peace.
In this house, I feel like it could work.